time today to slay the deep state. Now, for those of you who know me, see if this video goes live. Give me a second. We're up on YouTube, I believe. We're hot. So guys, as I was saying, I'm going to take some time today to drop some serious smoke. When you fight against the deep state, as Trump was able to show you guys, you're going to have a situation where the deep state is going to be extremely frustrated. I hope you guys can hear me. Let me know if you guys can hear me. What's up? What's up, Angry Pop? What's up, Beverly Sanders? What's up, Phyllis? How you living? I want you guys to share this everywhere. It's going to be a doozy today. What's up, Big Jared? So what I want to do, guys, is I want to discuss some very important things. And I'm going to break down truth to you guys so you can see this battle that the people are in. Now, there's a lot of people in this world that are not serious about the fight for freedom. We have had people act as trustees and masters over the people's affairs. And in many cases, those trustees and masters who knew what was going on wrong in the system failed to stand up for the people. One of the reasons that they failed to stand up for the people is because they know that if they tell what the deep state is doing, they know they might be killed. They know that they might lose their jobs, be ostracized, be punished and dogged, be mocked and laughed at, be canceled. So some of our strongest leaders, and when I say leaders, I don't mean because they are not our servants. When I say leaders, I mean because they have a position where they could easily wipe out those who are doing wrong in a deep state, but they choose not to because it's a big club full of dirty people. They know that it's a big club full of killers. Everybody make sure you share this, share it inside of my groups. So because these people know that the deep state is full of killers, because the people know that the deep state can harm you if God does not protect you, they have often given the people away to be slain by the deep state, by corruption, by individuals who have camped out in our legislative houses, people who have camped out in our courtrooms, people who have camped out in the executive branch. One thing you will find out is that in our nation, it's very difficult to prosecute high-level pedophiles. It's very difficult to prosecute government agents who do wrong. It's very difficult to get the FBI to go after Hillary Clinton. So when you deal with a big enemy, you have to understand that it's going to be a fight. And if you are going to fight them, you need to be somebody who either has no fear, or you need to be someone who has settled in your mind that you can trust in God and not worry, and God is going to bring forth the best result. When I was little, my dad raised me up to be strong. He raised me up to fear no man. He raised me up to know that if 10,000 came against me and God was with me, it wouldn't even matter. The funny thing about me and my relationship with my dad is I believe what he said. And when I believe what he said, and I saw what he said in the scripture, and I saw where the Bible said that David tells us that if 10,000 come against him, he will not fear. He's not worried about what man will do to him. Now, guys, I got to tell you, the deep state understands that when there's somebody who's strong and God is using them, you're not going to stop them from fighting. So the deep state is not worried about stopping me from fighting. They understand that what I do touches a lot of people. And as I touch a lot of people, the people start to gain courage and stand. And that's what they fear. See, Trump said, the deep state is not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the middle. Trump had attorneys who were also not very tough when it came to going against the deep state. Donald Trump got tricked into not arresting Hillary. Donald Trump got tricked into not going after some bad actors because his advisors, you just look at the advice Trump gets. Pretty much everybody that Trump endorses, most of them are bad guys. So it shows Evangelist Ray Young. Hey, how are you, big dog? So what you got to understand is Trump actually, you too. Trump actually had a situation where he went against the deep state. And what is the first thing they had to do to Trump? You see the FBI, you see the Democratic Party, you see Hillary. They come against Trump and they make a dossier and they push it out to the people. Now, Trump said it was a lie the whole time. Many people didn't give a freak about what Trump said. They thought just because it was on the news, it was true. See, guys, there's dossiers that are put up against people who fight and stand. And if you are going to fight and stand, you have to learn to have thick skin and not care what the deep state says, because it's not about how they try to shame you. It's really about the people. You too, big bro. So it's so deep because these people will try to harm you and make you look bad. And if you give up because of what they say, your strength is weak. See, the Bible tells you that if you fail or you fall in the day of adversity, your strength is small. And if we're going to stand up for God, we got to do the most powerful and amazing things. Because it is in those powerful and amazing things that God gets the glory. So the more that people can pile up on top of you and against you to make it look like you should not win, the better it is for the glory of God. See, God didn't just give Israel their freedom from Egypt the first day. He let them go through a time where they tried to punish them and destroy them. And it was beautiful because Pharaoh knew that the people of Israel were more and mightier than they were. Now, God is giving us a glimpse into what is happening, but Israel could not see that Egypt feared them. But through the eyes of God and faith, I can see that the deep state is panicking. They are in fear because they know the people are coming. So they did a dossier on Trump. Hey, Big Derek. They did a dossier on Trump. Nobody in office went after the people who did the dossier. Nobody. They didn't prosecute them during the time when Trump was in office. They wait until later and start arresting people after he's gone. It's a plan, guys. It's a plan. When you are a strong fighter, you are able to take knives in you and still fight. You are able to make the mission bigger than yourself. Trump tried to fight, but he didn't have a lot of people around him to help him. He didn't have a lot of support because he is not the people. Trump was just a servant that showed us some stuff about what they were doing. But for as long as Trump was in office, I was fighting the deep state as well. I went head up. with the deep state. And I'm going to tell you, I love the smoke. I love the fight. When David fought Goliath, David didn't just sit back and let Goliath throw punches at him. If you read in the scripture, you'll see David ran toward Goliath, started spinning his sling with his little 5 smooth stones, and laid a rock into the middle of the giant's head. For those of us who read the scripture, God has taught us well. God has taught us well. You don't run away from an enemy. You don't bow down to an enemy. You run at them head up, face first, full speed ahead. This is why there are people who are worried about me. I'm not going to just say it though, y'all. I'm going to prove to y'all the deep state came after me. They're continuing to come after me today. They're hiring people all the time to say stuff about me. None of which they will ever swear to in an affidavit though. But they're trying. But I enjoy the smoke. See, the enemy is here and it's not about me. It's about you. They know David Jose is giving remedy all over the country. They know kids are coming home. They know that I helped Trump when it came to putting out his executive order. He made it off of my notice that went to Health and Human Services. And I've shown people online the 2,000 notices we gave this woman. Then we showed her come out on Epic Times and tell that she knew CPS and their partners were trafficking and they wanted whistleblowers. And then the Fed came out and told that 88% of the kids that came out of trafficking came directly from CPS and foster care. The whole time the deep state was coming after me. Oh, Artie, the attorney who don't tell his name. If I'm not that important, why are you here on my page as an attorney from New Jersey or New York, Artie? And look, y'all, this is beautiful because God just set this up perfectly. The man, Artie, who's the attorney who works with Michael Cadena, is here, but I'm not that important. Artie told us on my page that I or the people don't have the right to regulate government. I just did a video about him and showed that the people actually are the ones who regulate government. But Artie is an attorney who doesn't tell his name. Artie, tell your name, big boy. Now, Artie works with Michael Cadena, one of the deep state guys who hates on me, who works with Miko Hayes, who works with Randy Scott Davis, who works with Connie Riguli, who works with the whole team of deep state actors. Now, Marty, if I'm not that important and nobody's worried about me and I'm lying, my live was recommended to you by YouTube, which means you subscribe to me, clown. Your page will show right now. If somebody go check, he subscribed to me with his clown anus, trying to fake. I go straight at the deep state, Artie. I know what the freak you are. You're an attorney in New York and New Jersey, but you know about some Negro from the ghetto all the way in Arizona. Why are you on my page if I'm not that important, dear sir? Why are you on my page, Artie? And Artie, why won't you tell your name? All right, y'all. I'm going to show y'all how important I'm not. If I'm not somebody important, then no attorney in the nation that's big in CPS world should be worried about me. No news media guys should be worried about me in collaboration with that attorney. No attorney should be injecting themselves into people's cases all around the nation. Thank you, God, for sending. Matter of fact, let me pray. Thank you, God, for sending Artie. Oh, I misinformation. Let's see if I misinformation, Artie. We're going to see real quick. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing beautiful Artie, Father, so we can lay that smoke in real life to show how these devilish attorneys who lie to hide the truth work together. Father, we know that Artie is here for a reason. We know Artie went after David straight. And Father, I want you to show the PCAPS to the people. Show them, Father, why these people are going after David straight. Show why Michael is going after David straight. And Father, show these trafficking connected clowns up, Father. Let the people see the real truth. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, y'all. Now here we go. Mr. Artie says, you're not that important. Mr. Artie, how you know me? How do you know how important I am, sir? Oh, cringe. Do not bring delusions. Oh, okay. We're going to see a delusion. Watch this, y'all. Now, this gentleman says I'm not that important. Let me show y'all something. Here we go, Mr. Artie. Let's see how much you keep talking. Look at this, y'all. This is from a gentleman who is supposedly a fighter in the movement. Watch these connections. If you look near the red, it says David Straight promote. Oh, let me go up a little bit. Let's go where it says federal court. Still having to do so in federal court. This guy said he was fighting himself for 3 years in federal court, so he's not winning. But watch this. I have a little knowledge of how the system works. I also know people who believe in the legal theories that David Straight promotes. Oh, okay, so David Straight is important enough for him to be talking about him. Watch this. And have renounced their citizenship. It was actually called repudiation. 2 live in Russia and 1 lives in Panama now. Y'all see this bull? How he know where people live? Watch this. But I have yet to see theories work to get kids out of DCF custody. Y'all notice that Artie is mad at me because I have proof, and y'all have seen people that know y'all longer than they knew me saying they got the kids back. And I'm going to show you one from yesterday. Constitutional vet just met me this year. I don't know him like that. But watch this. But I have yet to see those theories work to get kids out of DCF custody. So the problem is they don't want kids out of DCF custody. And Mr. Artie is a bar association who's going after people who help people get kids out of DCF custody. But we're not that important. Watch this. I can see how they could be used against parents. So he's trying to lie and say that affidavits and documents will be used against parents, even though y'all saw kids come home with the testimony of their own parents. Watch this. I can see how they could be used against parents. Then had parents telling me they lost their kids trying it. Really? Why didn't you show it? Now watch this, y'all. Watch these names. So it wasn't only Miko. Okay, so Miko is somebody involved, or Connie. Somebody named Connie is involved, or Jen. So he's trying to make it look like they all came together and had a problem with affidavits and notices and stuff like that as attorneys and different people and fake news reporters acting like they have some authority, right? We all just decided independently. How the freak do you all just decide independently that y'all need to come together and stop people from doing affidavits? See, guys, the deep state comes together to run game. Artie, tell your name, Playboy. Don't run, Artie. I don't play with the deep state, bro. I show facts and PCAPS. We're coming full speed, and you ain't running. So come on, say your name, Mr. Artie, registered in New York and freaking New Jersey. Big boy, come on, Artie, where you at? Somebody gonna go to your page and see you requested to follow me. Don't say it just popped up on your video, you lying attorney. Go ahead and say y'all all set up together to try to come after people, Artie the attorney. Come on now, Artie. I've been debunking cyber citizen paperwork for years. No, Artie, you're a freaking clown that's working with the deep state. And I'm gonna tell you why. You're an attorney going after people when you know darn well that the courts are doing people wrong. Artie, can you show me where in the Constitution the people have the right to take people's kids without common law, due process, and a court of record, and a warrant? Show me, big attorney. Artie, you said the other day that the people don't have the right to regulate government. I showed in the Constitution that it does. We do. So go ahead. Oh, so you're coming to my page, you're following me, but I'm another in a long line to go after you. Artie, you're a freaking clown. Now watch this, y'all. We just decided independently of each other to start saying something publicly. So they're attacking publicly together, but they're acting like they just figured out all at a different time to start attacking people, right? Watch this. And Jen was call anyone out of fraud who charges for their advocacy unless they are an accredited service, so unless they're attorneys. But they know that they're not getting kids back. Attorneys are losing cases all over the freaking nation every day and still get paid. Now watch this. I'm gonna show y'all why Artie is here. Now notice the names. Miko, they're circled. Miko, Connie, Jen, right? So who the freak is this Connie, y'all, that is talking about? I'm gonna show y'all who Connie is. Watch this. This is who Connie is in her own words. Y'all see this Family Forward project? If you go there on Facebook and you look at the symbol for her page, and then you go look at the symbol for the FBI for child rapists, it is the same. A heart and a heart. That's neither here nor there. If they want them PCAPS, I'll show you the private messages between Connie and another lady, where Connie, as an attorney, is telling that she knows that they're using the CPS kids for their body organs, and she's using the CPS kids to rape them and for other purposes. I'm telling y'all, if y'all want me to, I'll show y'all. I'll do another video and show y'all where she's telling that as an attorney for CPS with the biggest following, 13,000 people were in her group at one time. She's telling in the secret that she knows they're being used for sex in their organs, but won't tell everybody out in the open. Can somebody explain that to me? Can somebody explain to me why she has not made a case going after the government? But maybe we might know why when we start reading who Connie is. She says, who is that skinny girl beside President Clinton? That would be me. This was before he signed Adoption and Safe Family Act, before his impeachment, and before Monica and the other women described the sexual misconduct. I was a district attorney at the time. Life goes on. Just found this while unpacking. So she was connected to Clinton. She actually told people in her group that she helped write the ASFA law that they used to take kids. And then when I showed the law that they used to take kids in 97, you'll find that the law says that they can't interfere with private family life. Dude, I don't care about you being at work. I don't know nothing about no fiat currency. You wipe your butt with toilet paper, so you're using money. Stop using sovereign citizen terms. Okay, I may have all the time, but you don't. Okay, so Artie, you had a lot of time to say your name. You just posted another comment. Did you not say your name yet? How hard is it to say your name, clown? You're at work, but you're on my page watching me clown you, but you're at work and you're busy. So you don't have time, but you have time to type everything other than your name, right? Yeah, okay, nice try. You can laugh. I know it stings, bro. Now, anyway, this loser from New Jersey and New Hampshire is on my page following hard because I'm not that important. Oh, he wants to make, he's mad. Look at this guy, y'all. He's funny as heck. So anyway, y'all, this guy is watching me in Arizona because I'm not that important, but he's at work. So rather, he's stealing from his job. Rather than focusing on his job, he's already, so your name is Sam, but you got your page is Artie's Corporate Fiction. And why would you just tell me your first name, attorney? Show us your name so we can make sure you're an attorney and we can go check the bar stuff and make sure you're real. You're here now, Artie. You're here now and you don't have time, but you're really at work. So you show that you're a thief. You are sitting at work watching the show saying you don't have time because you're dedicated to work, but you are a man who is split in your ways because you're at work and at my work. Wow, that's some real work, Artie. I know y'all attorneys steal, but dang, bro, you gonna steal at your job and come here and say I'm not that important? Apparently, I must be important enough for you to come check out. But guys, we got more PCAPS. So guys, why is it important that Connie, Miko, so you notice that Miko, Connie, and all these people were coming after me, they say, right? So they create articles for people to see as the deep state so that they can track you guys' phones and hack your accounts. Right here is a guy named Robert who pays these guys. He says, I have posted your, Jacqueline Weaver, I have posted your article more than once, your Connie article. So Connie gets these people to write articles shaming her so that what happens is when they get these articles clicked on, it goes to these agents, they get your information, they track you, hack your phone, and do all types of shady stuff. Watch this. If you are keeping track, you may let us know if you notice any new traffic to the article. Why would somebody be making articles in Connie's name and tracking them? Because they act like they're fighting or dealing with each other in order to destroy. Now, here's a woman named Paige who works with the traffickers. She says, I can't. She blocked me for talking about her poopy panties. Y'all see what kind of people we dealing with? They're going after people. They are a group of deep state actors. And what they do is anybody who goes after the deep state, they work together to try to connect them and destroy them. Here's one of them named Kennedy. And this is where a group called Discuss Global, who works with Miko and works with other people. I'll show you the actors, right? Another guy named Randy. You see this Discuss Global little thing, right? This right here, guys, is a definite patriot, a wonderful woman, right? Ann Vandersteel of Steel Truth. Oh my gosh, watch this. And who's this ugly dude right here with the ego head? That's David Jose, right? And here they're posting one of my first cases when I was trying to get my kids back. Guys, understand that I used some stuff from a guy named Carl Lentz, and I don't blame Carl Lentz, because if the court was actually walking correctly, they would have realized that somebody stole my kid and under the common law gave them back. But they didn't. Now watch this. Sovereign citizen scam. David Jose falsely claimed Trump is taking down CPS. Guys, so these people wrote this as an attack on me. And then if you look in the middle of COVID, you'll see that Trump did a executive order where he tells that, I'm going after attorneys who are unlawfully taking kids through CPS. He said he wanted to bring forth high-level attorneys. So guys, who is this Discuss Global? And why are they after me? Oh, look, now Melly Mel told the truth. Melly Mel went to his page and came back and said, Artie is subscribed to Dave. So why did this lying attorney just tell y'all, David Jose, it just popped up in my feed and I came on? You freaking liar. Y'all always admit the truth, lying attorneys. You know that you subscribe to me, but you tell the people that it just popped up on my page. Oh, it just magically, out of everything that could come on your YouTube, I just pop up on your page. Really, bro? Really, bro? Yeah, and if Salty Lulu gave y'all that link, they hacked y'all phone. They can steal money out your bank accounts. They got a page. These guys were actually connected to the people who wrote stories for Epstein to get him off the first time he got caught. When they were going around with bots and different people, and they say, hey, you know what? What happened is that there was 2,000 people in a group that worked together and the FBI told on them. Robert Slavin called the FBI and reported these people because he found a group where they had a page where they had pictures in people's houses, pictures of people when they were naked, you know, pictures of all types of things where if you have your phone in front of you, when you get out the shower, they'll snap pictures of you on your own phone. And they're all connected in a little circle. And I'm going to show y'all who the freak they are. Now, notice that Artie, the attorney, corporate fiction, don't show his name, lied already and said that he came here, but I'm not important. And I just popped up on the screen, but didn't tell y'all he subscribed to me. Y'all see these clowns? Now, let me show y'all who these guys are. Here is a girl who actually, I think she might be one of the ones who used my affidavit to get kids back. She was messaging me and I realized she was messaging me, but she was on their side too. So I said, you know, Discuss Global is a freaking Nico Hayes page, right? That automatically hacks your accounts, right? She said, it's not just him. Oh, you know, there's more. Oh, wow. See, the deep state didn't know I had these PCAPS, y'all. This is the first time I'm showing it to people. I had this for years. All right, waiting for them to come do their dumb junk so I can have a party with them. I'm not that important though, y'all, but watch this. It is him. You are knowingly sending their stuff around, lady? You gonna just send their stuff around when you know they're deep state hacks and it hacks people's phones and they showed up at people's house, sent pictures to people's house of their own kids, talking about what they'll do to them? They're doxing mothers and fathers and they'll kill people. And you really are gonna send me their junk and send it out to other people? That's deep state junk to me. So now she's telling me who's all involved with the channel. It's Randy Davis, Ashley Cooper, Miko Hayes, Lena Wilson. Sorry, I'm on the phone with Kirk. Now notice Kirk is the same one that this troll, Dad versus CPS, is going against and attacking after he learned from him. And they're also going after David Straight. All the people who fight to help people learn to stop this system, they're going after. I don't deal with Kirk Pendergrass like that. I love what he does as a man with the work. He's too angry for me. but I'm not going to hate on his work. That's crazy. Even if he's mad at me, if he hates my guts, I'm not going to hate on his work. You give a man his props. Now, this guy already said Dave's not that important, but why are they saying we all came together to go against Dave and affidavits and stuff? So I said, so it's even worse than Miko, and you will still share. I'm lost. Why the freak are you sharing these people's stuff if you know? Oh, shucks, y'all didn't see it. Did the content not share? Did it freeze? Sorry, y'all. My screen is freezing. Okay. So what I want to do, guys, is I want to show y'all who these people are. Is my screen? Oh, y'all didn't see it. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. My screen just froze. Sorry, y'all. My screen just froze. We're going to get jiggy with it. I had to leave out and come back in. There might be a little attack on my system. Maybe, I don't know. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to go back because y'all said y'all didn't see that one. So I was just showing you guys what happened. Here we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at these people, guys. So here it is. This woman is sharing with me who Discuss Global is part of. Let me know if the screen comes up. I get like a 10-second delay, so y'all catch it a lot later than I actually put it up. Okay, so here we go. Right here, I said, you know Discuss Global is a freaking Miko Hayes page that automatically hacks your account, right? She says it's not just him. I said, it is him. You knowingly are sending their stuff. She said, it's Randy Davis, Ashley Cooper, Miko Hayes, Lena Wilson. Sorry, I'm on the phone with Kirk. Kirk is the one who's getting attacked by the deep state, Michael. Now, I said, so it's even worse than Miko and you still share? I'm lost. See, to me, I'm like, why the freak are you sharing somebody's stuff who's a deep state actor if you're supposedly on the good side? I don't get that. But y'all saw the name Randy Scott Davis. She said that's who it was. Let me show y'all who Randy Davis is. This is a lady talking to Randy. Now watch this, y'all. Psychologically, there's something wrong here. Why would it ever be a time where somebody asks you a question if you're a Mason and the first thing you do is go to talk about raping kids or something like that? Watch this. See, this shows the psychology of the group. What? This shows the psychology of the group. Watch this. Randy, are you a Mason? My dad is 33rd degree, so I have personal experience. I have not unfriended you, and I believe you are. I'm a Mason. This is one of the guys who came after me, y'all, a dirty Mason. Watch this. I'm a master Mason in Alexandria, Washington, number 22, Alexandria, Virginia, George Washington Lodge. She says, good and bad and all. A BS Dollar Truth Finder background check on Holly. So this guy is going after parents, y'all, but they'll make you think that parents aren't that important. A parent named Holly who had her kids stolen, this guy is doxing. And people are trying to find out, why are you doxing this lady? Right? Look at what he says. Sure, there is bad everywhere. These idiots spreading foolishness about Masonic child sex rituals are crazy. So nobody knows he's a Mason at the time. Nobody's going after him. But the very moment that it gets exposed that he's doxing somebody and he's asked if he's a Mason, the first thing he says after talking about being a Mason is he speaks about child sex rituals. Guys, this guy, Randy, has a friend. that him and this whole team sent after me to say that I am nothing, that I'm not that important, that God isn't using me, that I can't fight. They made up stories saying I pistol whipped my family. They made up stories saying I killed somebody in New Mexico. They made up stories saying I was a drug dealer who went to prison at the same time I was playing football at Central Michigan University. So they're saying I'm playing football on a scholarship, but I'm a killer at the same time and a drug dealer at the very same time. Guys, these people have no affidavit anywhere in this world that will ever say I hit anybody, pistol whipped anybody, punched anybody 10 times in the face. I want to show y'all something. I do martial arts. I have martial arts hands. I can't hit people with my hands and not hurt somebody really bad. I will leave a mark. Look at my conditioned knuckles from punching so hard for so long. I literally punch with 1,000 pounds of pressure with my left hand and 4 pounds less with my right hand in a relaxed state. So if I hit somebody with my bare hands, they would be really hurt and I would be scared that I would kill them, literally. But let's go deeper. They're making all these claims. One guy said I hit my whole family 100. No, I hit them with guns and they had 187 stitches, which means that they would have marks on them and be tore up and they would need to go to the hospital because they got stitches. But there's no record of anybody ever getting stitches or going to the hospital or ever even saying some crazy junk like that in the world. So why would they do this? Do they really want to make me believe that I've done something wrong? No. It's not about me. It's about you because Randy works with Miko in Discuss Global to try to discredit everybody who fights CPS. So does Miko try to find real information about wrong people have done to expose them? Or is he more worried about people knowing the truth that I tell and he needs to block y'all from seeing it? See, this guy, Michael, rolls with these guys and brought them around and started allowing them to attack mothers and fathers who just had their kids stolen. And I saw these women getting attacked and I'm looking at the guys in the movement. I'm like, why are y'all so weak, guys, that y'all allowing all these women to get dogged by these predators and you ain't standing up and saying nothing? So I jumped in, head first. I'm like, let's fight. Everybody, let's go. Everybody who wants to come at the mothers and fathers and try to make them kill themselves, they killed my friend Chris Hallett. I'm like, y'all want to play this game? Let's go head up. I will go head up one-on-one with everybody. Let's go. And I'm going to show y'all what Miko said, because remember, Miko is connected to Connie. Miko is connected to the other attorneys who are working in the system to go after parents who fight CPS. And they told y'all the name of Data Straight. And I showed y'all where they went after Ann Vandersteel, who's just a news reporter telling the truth. Why are they doing that? Because they're stopping the deep state and they're flustered. They don't know how to deal with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show y'all that it's not about me doing anything wrong or them even believing that I did something wrong. The whole issue is to go after people to make other people believe that we did something wrong. So this is the guy, Miko. Miko's real name is Michael Louis Mihilakis, right? This is his record. This is one of his mug shots. This is the guy they give as news media. And I need to send another picture, but this is the guy they give as news media. Can y'all help me understand why this is the quality of person that they send to try to act like some wrong has been done? I'm going to show y'all another one. I'm going to show y'all another one. There was another woman they sent on our page, and I got to send this other picture, so I'm going to have to resend it because it didn't go through. But what I want you guys to see is it's really not about if anything was ever done wrong by one of us. You see, there was a collusion where all these people came together to attack at the same time. And the sad thing is, they don't tell you and give you full disclosure that they're working together. They kind of try to act like they all just bumped into each other while attacking you, and it just happened to happen, but they've been working together for years. And they don't tell the people. They don't give full disclosure. We got fake attorneys coming on my page, guys, acting like he just happened to have it pop up on his screen. He won't give y'all full disclosure that he really saved me, subscribe to me as a friend to be able to watch everything I do. Now, I don't, look, there's a guy attacking me right now. I haven't watched any of his videos about me. Right? A guy who learned from us, and I don't watch his videos. So I don't follow losers all day, guys. I don't do it. I will drop some smoke on them, but I don't follow losers. I'm not concerned about trying to know what a loser is doing. I'm too busy fighting and winning. I'll show you guys what happened yesterday if y'all remind me. But watch this. I'm gonna show you another picture. Here's another picture. So here is the guy, Miko. And I tell Miko, hey, Miko, it doesn't matter, bro. Like, you're not going to convince me that I've done wrong. And I already know that you're lying. And everybody else knows that you're lying. So watch this. This gentleman says, Miko Hayes, who used to own Daily Hayes before he came against me and it all collapsed. Right there. Watch this. Don't matter a SHIT to me if you see it. See, I see he's lying and I'm exposing him. Notice what his psychology is. Other people will. Just like they did Trump and made up a whole fake dossier, they didn't care if Trump was guilty of some wrong or not. They just wanted other people to believe it. So look what I say. I say, Miko Hayes, I don't care what you do. You know how many people tried before you? Get in line. And then I say to him, you can't stop truth. You can't stop truth. See, I believe in the power of God and that God will give you victory. I don't know why you're asking for my website, Don Joe, but I'm here talking right now if you need to talk to me about something. Now watch Miko, what Miko replies. I say, you can't stop truth. You're not going to be able to stop me from showing people what y'all doing in y'all shady system. He says, well, I'm pretty good at it, LOL. The information that this CPS Michael guy is posting about me is the same stuff made by Miko. That is not, that he will not write an affidavit over. And Josh already asked him, will you write an affidavit swearing that what he said is true? He's like, why would I write an affidavit? I wasn't there. So why you posting it trying to act like it's true? Why y'all making up stories like it's true? Why? Why? Right? Guys, I just told y'all, I will show y'all how they are all connected. So he's admitting that they're sending people after me, that they all came together and decided to do it, and David Straight and other people. The woman mentioned Kirk, who's the partner of Chris, who this same group of people convinced a woman to kill Chris. I'm just letting y'all know. This is that real smoke. Now, y'all see that little slimy attorney slimed his way off of my page right now? See, many people are afraid of the deep state. So when they come at them and they say, I'll kill your whole family, I don't even have my little guys with me right now. They can kill all my kids. I'm not scared to fight, though. I'm not negotiating with terrorists. I told y'all in the beginning that I'm going to go head up with the deep state and we can have that smoke. They can bring whatever the freak they want to, say what they want to, threaten, kill whoever they want to. I ain't quitting. I gave y'all my word. I'm here, right? I know Trump got threatened in the White House. People who were in Congress told us. Told Josh. I know Trump got threatened in the White House and he had to slow down and stop because he thought he was going to die or his family was going to be hurt. I'm not stopping. I'm not making deals. Just like I told y'all from the beginning, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I'm ready to go the whole way. If you gonna stop me, you gotta completely kill me. I'm not worried about your guns. I'm not worried about your hits. They literally came on live videos, guys, telling people about me getting killed. These people, same group. Now, guys, you might think, well, Dave, you know what? We don't know if these people are really evil. Can you prove to us that these guys are evil? Let me show you. Here is a woman who is dealing with a debilitating disease that's killing her. She's a famous singer. Watch what she said. Miko, why are you stalking David's family? Miko, why are you stalking David's family? That ain't me. That ain't me saying he's stalking. That's her. It ain't me. See, y'all notice I dropped testimony that's other people's words, not mine. Real PCAPS, real life. Look at what he says. Shar Mitchell, I did not shut down TDH, that's the Daily Haze, which fell apart after he tried to come after me. Because of lawsuit threats, that would not stop a lawsuit. Is that lupus eating your brain? See, this is the kind of people that these attorney people work with, who make fun about people who are dying. Notice what I say here, August 9, 2019. This guy, Miko and Randy, try to make you guys think they care about families and have to protect them from those winning affidavits. But yet in the real world, they're attacking an innocent woman who's dying and making fun of it. These attorneys hired this clown. Just like they sent this clown Artie, who I asked him to say his name. Then he gonna say, my name is Sam. Oh, you're a first name? Okay, so when I say I'm David Jose, you got a problem with that. And Michael got a problem with that. That's my Christian first name. But your name is Artie on the screen, which is not Sam. And then when I ask you what's your name, you say Sam and no last name. Wow. Y'all will get that smoke. For real. Y'all will get that smoke. You guys are pathetic, weak cowards. And like I told y'all, y'all attacking women and chasing them at their houses, taking pictures of their kids, sending it to them so they won't speak up about your dirt, telling them that you'll turn them into CPS again and you'll get their kids stolen, sending off their kids to be raped. I know what the freak y'all been doing. I know about the group out of Florida y'all been working with. I know about all this stuff. I know about people ending up missing and dead. Yeah, I know. Don't make me show PCAPS. Because I'll freaking bring people on who know about your killers and what they did and where they did it. If you really want to freaking play, I don't play halfway. I will if I hit you, it's going to be from 50% to 100%. At 50%, you're done for. If I get you at 100%, I guarantee you your anus is finished. And God has given me the nation, my friend. All my enemies who are watching now, God has given me a group of people outside of the scared people you can manipulate over their kids and have sex with them and set their houses on fire like you clowns did. You think I'm going to bow down or break down to you punk cowards who hurting people on purpose, trafficking little girls? Don't play with me. I'm not that weak. Guys, they sent another woman after me. Another woman after me who said David is a fraud. He's a fake. Don't trust him. We need to scrutinize what he does so we can stop him from hurting the parents. Parents who are getting their kids back, guys, but they had to stop it. Y'all want to see what this lady is? This is part of Randy and Michael's and all of them crew. Watch this. Let me show you their little girl who they got to come at me. Let me show y'all. Y'all could go look on Facebook. You go see her under several different names. HMH Hall, Heidi M. Hall. She's a woman who's known as going to different states, injecting herself in cases, and they think she's involved with some of the killings of kids, but she's helping the CPS movement and going around with names that are like her name. But here's where she's booked in jail. I bring y'all the real smoke. I've never been to jail. Now, I'm not saying I can't go to jail because they do hate me and they do want me to die, but it'd be more likely they'll just shoot me. if they could get me, right? What did this chick go to jail for? City of Peoria Police. Now she came on and she told people on my page that I beat up people and I pistol whip people and all this stuff. She made up this great grand story that they all put together. And this woman, with no PCAPS of me ever getting arrested in my dang life, the agency that arrested her was City of Peoria Police Department. Let's see what she got arrested for. Charge: involuntary sexual servitude with a minor less than the age of 17. Her and her partner had a little kid in a hotel. She was bringing sexy lingerie to the little kid for Johns to post it up online so they could come rape this little girl. You don't believe me? Watch this. Promoting juvenile prostitution, minor, 18, profit. Now, this lady is working with the attorney group that deals with Connie and deals with Randy, the Mason, who talked about raping kids, and Miko, the guy who works with other people who have taken part in trafficking this lady and attacking anybody who is telling the truth about it. Watch this. Her partner got 20 years in prison, I believe. Contributing to delinquency of a minor. Unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia. Unlawful possession of cannabis, less than 2.5 grams. Hold for other agency. I'm just telling y'all, I deal with real life. I'm not that important. So why are they coming after me? Why did they all make a plan together as an attorney who helped make the law to steal kids? Why would she be upset when I show people how to stop people from stealing your kids? Let me show y'all some PCAPS from just yesterday. This is the kind of glory that I get to see God get. This is just yesterday, guys. Constitutional vet. Many of you guys know the constitutional vet. I've never met the constitutional vet. Just started talking to constitutional vet this year. This is why they hate me, though. At the very beginning of my nephew's case, my wife sent a notice and an affidavit, and it only took that to really get the ball rolling. Oh, shucks. Wow. This guy has known y'all longer than he's known me. I'm new to this movement. At the very beginning of my nephew's case, see, when you go against a court that's not really a court of record, they are a private court. They can hide stuff and destroy. So when you send them a notice and you CC other parts of government, it now makes a public record so they can't do the same fraud behind closed doors. I didn't know this at the beginning of when I was fighting. I find out later. And I had to lose my little guys to find out. Not saying that I won't get them back, but this is what I had to go through to learn all this. So let's watch. He sends a notice and affidavit, and it only took that to really get the ball rolling. They started taking care of business, huh? It got him out of CPS foster care within 24 hours of them being served. Bam. Bam. Y'all know the constitutional vet. I don't even know the constitutional vet real name. But y'all know constitutional vet is in our groups, met me this year, I believe, or started working with me at least this year. So new relationship. May have watched me longer, I don't know. CPS and foster care, kid got out right after he did a notice affidavit. 24 hours later, the kid was out. Boom. My nephew met some kids who have been in CPS care for the last year with the same situation. It's so sad. Let me tell you, a huge part of the problem is schools falsely accusing parents of absolute garbage, and CPS work alongside the schools against parents and against parents. Baseless claims fly out of the corrupt school system. So people in CPS, guys, get to make claims about you, but they never have to swear to it because it's not a court. So since they don't have to swear to it, they can put stuff out there, make people believe you did wrong, but not have any proof. This is the kind of stuff that we have to face right now in America. Now, this Artie guy comes and he says that he knocks down everybody. He goes after people. He's the big bad wolf. He does all this stuff. He's the man, right? He's a real lawyer. He won't tell y'all his name. He showed his license, so-called, which wasn't a license. It was a mission to be able to practice inside of the courts of the state. It had nothing to do with a license to practice law, because everybody can take care of business and law and teach the law. Is not something that's reserved to a few people called bar association members. It gets deep. So guys, I'm showing y'all real life stuff. Mr. Michael works with these clowns. Mr. Michael has put these people on the map. Mr. Michael tried to attack David Strait. Now he's coming after me and Kirk Pendergrass at the same time. Funny, you read about all those people and what I just showed you. But this guy thinks he's going to spend time attacking people. Miko, who made these reports about me killing people and hitting people with guns and crazy junk, he already told it doesn't matter if it's true or not, other people are going to see it. Their idea of bringing forth smoke is just making up stuff for other people to see, knowing that they work with the deep state. And you can't just take them to court and sue them. They got attorneys working with them in the deep state. Y'all saw the #1 attorney in juvenile working with them. Guys, you want to know where Michael got access to those private portals that the other attorneys were giving away to go into people's private CPS cases and then give y'all edited versions of docs that were private, sealed by courts, and it's against the law to show it? I couldn't even get it. How does Michael get access to that stuff? Because these dirty attorneys give it to him, working in different states for somebody not important. I already tried to trick y'all, act like, oh yeah, I'm coming on because I slay, I do this, I do that. These guys are showing y'all stuff from a private case where all of the people who make up the stories don't have to swear. And then when you try to get them to swear, you can see the other cases he posted up. He made a mistake and showed stuff in my favor. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna show y'all something if y'all want to see some real smoke. See, when you do your first case, guys, I listen to Carl Lentz and I tried to use this stuff. Federal court blocking. It's not Carl Lentz's fault. It's that they know that they control that federal court. Is very hard to get close to them. So what they do is they'll just block all your cases. But look into this. My federal court judge was named Tucci. Arlena Willis, federal court judge, was named Tucci. Carla Johnson's federal court judge was named Tucci. And I think it was one other lady who had a case who also had the judge named Tucci. How is it that everybody who has these high profile cases all go to somebody named Tucci when the federal court is supposed to randomly assign cases? How is it that they are supposed to randomly assign cases, but Tucci gets all of our cases? Somebody remind me what I was getting ready to show you guys real quick. I lost track. Oh, yeah, I remember now. So, guys, Michael showed y'all one of my cases. See, I got smarter, guys. This is what happened when you're a fighter. Guys, when you're a fighter, don't think that you're going to go on the first day and be better than the master. Don't think that if you're a fighter in this type of fight with the deep state, that they're not going to cheat. And you're going to learn more and more over time. And what God does is God tells you, he teaches you line upon line, line upon line, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little, right? So God teaches you here a little, there a little, line upon line, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. So what we got to understand, guys, is if that's the way that God teaches, if you are on your own timetable and you think that God, who teaches here a little, there a little, is going to always move his timetable to be yours, you got to be dumb. Because God is not bound by time. God is not worried about time. God is not worried about what people try to do to you. God controls all. So God doesn't have to change your situation before his timing because you believe it's an emergency. See, when I first had this happen, I could tell what other parents felt because I felt it. I felt this pressing urge to hurry up and put in whatever I could to try to save my kids because I got to do something. And what happens is when you see it fail and get hit and knocked out, fail, hit, knocked out, them cheat, them ignore you, most people give up, but that's not how God raised me. My father raised me by God. God gave me an earthly father that taught me you can win and do anything you wish to do. David, don't be weak. David, don't be soft. David, you can win. You can beat anybody. David, if they hit you and knock you down, get the freak back up. You don't stay on the ground, ever. My dad taught me to stand in the midst of turmoil. Ooh, my ankle popped. I feel better. So, guys, let me ask y'all something about Tucci. Tucci is a federal judge, and what you're going to find out is he's in Arizona. Now, how did he get all our cases? And when you look up his life, so go look him up real quick, you're going to find that a woman named Arlena used my affidavit after her case got kicked out with him. And she used some of David Straight's stuff to get into a federal case. And they opened the case showing that he had frauds and swindles and pretty much issues that made it where he shouldn't be able to do what he did. And she got her appeal case open and she got herself arrested on some stupid junk. And this is what the people like Houdini want to use. She got herself arrested on some stupid junk. And I got the recording, I believe, of where they said in court they they tried to do a 51, I think it is, the medical, let us do a screening on you to see if you're crazy, because she got that case open. I can show you another guy named Consultant who's working with somebody who they tried to kick out one of their cases. He used my stuff, and in the federal court, they can't kick the case out now. And the federal judge made the other side answer. I can show you all that too. I'll see if I can get Consultant on. Now, another thing that happened. This guy Tucci, in him doing what he did to the girl Arlena, we actually found out that Tucci is married. Tucci is married to the CPS juvenile judge. So where they're stealing the kids in CPS juvenile, you can look this up. Artie, you brilliant attorney, look this up if you want to get some corruption out there with your fake self. Why is the judge that blocked all of our cases in the federal married to the woman who's stealing all the kids in the county? Your family is literally making money off of those cases. Title 42, 674, payment to states, shows that the neglect and abuse court, all the attorneys, all of the government officials working, the attorney for the mother and father are all getting money from Title 42. You can see it in 674 payment to states from the same program. So they're all making money in the private side and not telling people and not disclosing it. That's what ask for funding is. And Tucci is married to the woman and he gets all the cases. Is that a conflict of interest or no? Look that up. Now, guys, Michael showed, and I was happy because I forgot about this case. I didn't move so far past the courts. I forgot about the case, but I did a case against Jared Steele and Greg McKay for stealing my kids. Now, here's what's funny. I do this case and I learn, right? So I started a federal case. I do a Carl Lentz, say it doesn't get me where I want it. Not that it didn't work. They just cheated. So then what I did is I got smart. I said, man, after I learned all this stuff, I need to go back to the state, show the fraud that they did, show the bad stuff, and do a state case using a court of record under the common law. Michael showed that case. I'm going to show y'all how bad that case was. I set the rules of court in the case, ordered a trial by jury, which blocks them from being able to kill the case from just dismissing it without the jury seeing it. So when I do that, I was locked in. But here's what's funny. The same woman who was on my CPS case to steal my kids at first, who said that since I fought, she was going to take my kids for 60 to 90 more days. It wasn't her, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all. This woman who was the judge on my first case actually became a blessing. And I could see I was wearing her out. She ended up switching to another judge. She changed over to civil. And then I was show y'all how crazy this is about what they do in Arizona, because Michael just opened the door for this. I remember it was a blessing. So this woman is the woman who said, we don't have the father's affidavit. So she was bringing up affidavits. I didn't trust her, so I didn't do it. So that's where I started realizing that I need to get super heavy on affidavits, but to other people, right? So I did this case this time. I set the court as a court of record. I proved under the Black's law how they changed the definition of court of record. I added what a court of record is, moving under common law. I put the terms of the court that anybody who signs that I did anything wrong must swear under penalty of perjury and put a thumbprint on that mud. It got to be a real life man or woman. You can't say CPS said you did that, right? So I totally boxed them in, and then it was hell to freaking pay. So then they put the same judge. They all know me, guys. They see me downtown. They see me speaking at the meetings. They know who I am. The same judge who was on my CPS case, guys, magically ends up on the civil case that I did against them. The same judge is there. So I put in a motion to kick her off the case because she was a conflict of interest. And I had a talk with the guy who helped with attorney stuff in a building. And I told him, you know, I actually really like this lady because she tried to tell me the truth. So I've never went after her because that judge who knew they were doing me wrong, who told a CPS worker from what he said that we have nothing on these parents, but because the dad is fighting, we're going to take his kid for 60, 90 more days. She at first did stuff to me with evil, but then I started to see that she was trying to let me see, I know they're doing you wrong. So I will never, if I can help it, punish that lady because she was trying to help me, but I couldn't trust her. So it is what it is. But it did me a favor because it made me a bad mamma jamma. It made me a monster in the law when I started looking and finding. So let me show you guys how serious this is. Oh yeah, I'm talking about him now, Barbara Odell, and that's beautiful because he did say I pistol with my daughter. I just told y'all that, and she is a 6 foot tall lady who is a model for my wife's business, and there's thousands of pictures and people. She's never had a mark on her, and the police call her incredible and said her stories didn't match up, and that's why I'm still walking around today, having a good time, living life, knocking down the deep state. So yeah, they actually did say that, question mark. These same people made up the story. Actually, there's no affidavit in the world that says I pistol whipped anybody. They made that up. And what you're reporting is what the same traffickers that I'm showing now said, just so you know. So see how that works, guys? People go see something. Hey, this guy said this and he put it up there or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But he won't swear that it's true. Nobody will. Nobody in Arizona, no judge, no CPS worker, no attorney will ever swear that's true. And they know it will be bad. But let me finish telling you about the conflict of interest. So I get the same judge, just like in the federal, the same judges keep ending up over the same cases. How is that possible? If you're randomly assigning and you got all these judges, how do you keep getting the same judges over the same cases? How? Funny, right? Hey, they also said I shot somebody and killed him in New Mexico. And they also said that I was a drug dealer from Detroit who ended up going to prison that was a year older than me. As I was playing football in college, he was in prison. They said that was me too. So anybody can say anything, you know. Bart, they told me that you killed 57 people. Whoop-de-doo. Right? I mean, anybody can say anything. They won't swear to it. Big difference. You can say anything you want to. You won't swear to it, especially when you're hiding out in your deep state. But guys, so I'm going to show y'all the progression of what happens when you're a real fighter and you keep going. So I realized I couldn't use Mr. Carl Lentz's stuff. And it was fine, you know. What he was saying is not untrue. It's just that the courts knew it, they saw it, and now they were trying to reform and block anybody from getting through with it. No big deal. But when you see enemies come against you in the deep state, I followed you for a while, Dave. It broke your heart. That shouldn't even break your heart. It's okay. I don't care. You know, look, I fight the deep state, man. They try to kill me. They make up lies on me all the time. I don't give a darn about what they say. And if anybody is stupid enough to believe what they say, when you see the blessings that's happening for people's families, then more power to you. It's not like the people who walk away from me from some clowns love me anyway. Most people don't know me, as I say all the time. Most people, how do you go after people for slander who are the deep state who control the courts? How did it work out with Trump going after anybody for slander? The deep state made up lies and it's proven that Hillary Clinton bought a dossier for Trump. Who's went to court and got Trump a victory? Trump should have $1 billion. As the people, Ron, have you made a court case to go after the people who made the dossier for Trump because it's so easy? Have you went after them for lying to the American people and got a victory? These people interfered with the election by making it look like Trump was dealing with Russians. And now we find out it was a lie. Are all of them in prison, sir? Is the FBI who made it up shut down because they don't have a charter, sir? See, when y'all get on and y'all say this silly stuff about, well, you could go to court, David, if they are lying on you. What the freak are you talking about? The president of the United States couldn't go to court. Don't you realize the courts are the ones doing wrong? You don't see the attorneys coming on here lying right now? You don't see the attorney I just showed you working with Clinton lying right now? And then you tell me to go to their clubhouse? I do better with just telling the people the truth and we smash them. That's why I win. I don't go to no freaking punk anus court to tell them what the people take care of. The courts are our servants and they're out of line. So I'm showing the people. And now I show y'all when I learned and I actually got some wisdom and knowledge, they ran from me, all of them. They run. This is real life. Now, people gonna say this. Can you show me a court case or any documents that show that they run from you, David? Because I need, this dumb dude, Michael says, I need a cause number, which is a case number, cause comes from the Bible. I need a cause number whereby I might read your documents and look into your case and see why the deep state didn't give you what you wanted. I need a cause number. We're not losing our country, Bob. We're winning. I don't know if you've been around. We've been winning like crazy. We got an audit for the first time in American history, forensic. We shut down mandates on federal employees. We opened up 120 something entities, right? Having victory with that. We got one kid back yesterday, that's 95, plus a lady told me she had another 13. I'm not even gonna do the math, 108. 108 kids have been returned using what we're talking about, not getting raped. So I don't know about us losing our nation. We've shut down mandates across the nation. We've shut down stuff with school boards. We got the legislatures fighting different people. We're not losing the dang thing. You might have been missing for a while. We're having a party. You should come join in. As a matter of fact, we got smoke going to the January 6th detainees. We went after the Congress for that. We went after the DOJ and the FBI for going after people with lies. We went after Schiff. You'll see Jim Jordan dropping smoke on the FBI and the DOJ and Merrick Garland. That's all because of us, man. We're not losing our nation. We're having a revolution. It's great with pen and paper. We blowing backs out. A lot of winning. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna show you how powerful it gets though. So we went through all this, cyber symposium, long live Josh, just said it. A senator all the way in freaking Virginia mentioned Josh Barnett and Dave Jose taught her notices and affidavits and how she used it to go after the legislature and put it on the record, right? Put it on the record right now. Listen, Barb, I don't know about you being a senior and you have been, being fear or you're worried about what happened in the country. You need to learn faith in God, right? If you got faith in God, you're not going to be broken by this stuff you see. God talks about how you're going to see the mountains moving, but those who have faith, they're going to stand firm. They're not going to be shaken. This is why you got to get in your Bible. This is why I teach people about the word of God, because I went against this deep state and they tried to kill me, tried to do all this stuff. Everything I saw that could happen didn't happen. And now we're winning across the nation and God has given us the nation. We literally have people in America and other nations blowing the back out of this stuff. I don't live with the glass is halfway empty. I don't speak in terms of lack. I have the God that owns everything. So when I was nothing in the law, I told people, your kids, you're going to see kids come back like crazy, judges go to jail, different things happen, and everything I freaking said happened. I don't live off of somebody else's negativity and doubt. I don't flow off of that. I don't even hang around people who doubt all the time. I don't want to hear doubt. I want to see massive action because that's what wins. David and Goliath's story in the Bible. David wanted to fight. The punk coward other people who were older than him didn't want to bring that smoke. They were grown men who were cowards running from a giant. They said, David, you need to go tend to your little sheep. See, they told me, David, you ain't no attorney. You don't know nothing about law. Go on. You ain't gonna never win a case. Ain't nothing gonna ever happen to you unless you listen to us and follow these dumb attorneys. I've never done it. I've never bowed to these clowns. And I never set up under scorners of God. People who freaking lie about God, I didn't give a freak about their teaching. I let God teach me on his time. And God has made me great now. Not that I'm great. God has made me great. I'm a nothing. God has made me great. He has taught me how to lead the people in the truth. He has taught me how to stand face up with the deep state and run at them face to face. I don't beg the deep state. I don't bow to the deep state. I don't give a freak about their power. So please don't talk to me about how bad everything looks. That's weak to me. I don't live off of that. If the Bible is in your hands and you're praying daily, open it up. Go to Psalm 27 right now and look at what it says. Go online and copy and paste Psalm 27. Just get the first 2 verses and it'll move you from this attitude you have and this fear and this doubt. And yes, I am very hard. I am very freaking stern, right? Very bold, because weak, cowardly people don't help people save nations. You got to have the boldness of God, the boldness of a lion. You got to be willing to stand up against evil, even if it gets you killed, and trust with everything you got. And you don't have time to waste with people's ideas of what's not possible. David said, I will slay this giant. Why are y'all letting this uncircumcised Philistine talk junk about your God? Don't tell me about what it looks like about somebody else's power, and then talk to me about the Bible. I love you, but let me help you understand something. You're coming on a video where we're giving people courage, and you're talking about your doubt. I'm showing real life activities where people are winning, and you're talking about what it looks like. The Bible says walk by faith, not by sight. If you're looking at what it looks like, you're cheating. You're cheating God, because God created the heaven and earth when there was nothing to see called heaven or earth. He don't deal with those things that are. He deals with those things that are not and brings them into being. He's not limited by nothingness. He's not limited by your doubt. He's not limited by me. God can do all things. He is mighty. He is powerful. He is victorious. He knows how to win before the freaking fight starts. So when you start looking at who's who, you're sinning. Screw their power. Here is where we're going to have powerful people, monsters in law. We don't give a freak about what it used to look like. Open your Bible and see where God says, don't think about the former things. I will do a new thing. He says, I will take somebody from the north and from the east. I'm from the north and the east. And I will bring them to a place that they've never been before with their feet. He brought me into the law where I ain't never do law. And he tells how they're going to bring judgment to truth. He's going to take those laws that they made wicked, putting people in prison houses and stealing kids, Isaiah 49, and look at Isaiah 45 and 41, 42, and 43. He's going to make the crooked raised straight. We sit up here worried about clowns. God says he's going to make the crooked ways straight. There's no reason to nothing, nobody Negro from the ghetto who is a businessman and a dude who's a gym owner should be online telling y'all the laws that they're hiding, and they can't beat us because they can't disprove what we show they wrote. They tried to hide the common law. We showed it to y'all in their own laws. This ain't me. You think God could bring together such powerful people? I mean, such powerful people will come together who can do so much if it wasn't God? What the freak do I have to do with a gym owner guy who's a bodybuilder? I ain't nothing like Josh when it comes to lifting weights. Nothing. I'm not in the world of the Republican conservatives. What the freak do we have in common? What? When you look at the affidavit mamas, they were moms who were married, who were doing stuff, trying to help people with school board stuff and trying to stand up and fight. They got all different types of families. What the freak do we have in common? Nothing. Except for we all want to fight for God. Jovan Hutton Pulitzer got more patents than years I've been living. Why the heck is he talking to me? Stu Peters, who arrested over 4,000 criminals in a very small amount of time as a bounty hunter. Why the freak does he now have the biggest show in the world for conservatives? And he blames God for it. The people who will give God the glory are dominating the deep state right now. Trump couldn't do it. Sidney Powell couldn't do it. Giuliani couldn't do it. Flynn couldn't do it. All these big names, Lynn Wood, none of them can do it. God didn't use the billionaires. God used regular old people from the, if you're from Florida, you don't say street, from the street. You gotta do a mic drop. God used regular old people from the street to destroy the biggest level people in the world. Yeah, the CPS guy don't get kids back, and he admits it. But he's attacking me. I get kids back all the time. Why? Because you work with the people who don't want me to get kids back. That's why they beat your anus, snatched you up. You wasn't getting the job done. You tried to set me up in Arizona, right? Tried to set me up to get killed by the guys who you knew about in my group when you wanted me to come pick you up after I sent you money. Nice try. Guys, so let me show y'all the progression. So y'all see what I did to my cup? I dropped it. Let me show y'all that smoke. Somebody post that Psalm 27 again so we can read what God said in the beginning of Psalm 27. I love that smoke. King James Version. Don't be posting no other junk up here from Alexandria, Egypt. Watch this smoke, y'all. Watch this smoke. So the deep state wants to go against me. I start learning like crazy. I start understanding the game. And then understand that Greg McKay is he was the number one guy for CPS. He made $250,000 a year. And then I went after this clown, and y'all can see it on my video. Dave Jose goes to the trafficking meeting, and y'all see I took 2 minutes, showed the law where they were stealing kids, and the head trafficking woman who was there, Lynn Johnson, which if y'all want me to show y'all, I'll prove to y'all that I exposed that CPS and their partners were trafficking, and she told Trump. I'll prove to y'all with PCAPS if y'all freaking want it today. I'll share the stuff and we'll put it on the screen and we can look at it. I'll show y'all how, oh wait, the Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Woo, that's that smoke. Whom shall I fear? Of whom shall I be afraid? Who? They can all get this smoke. I have no hesitation. Look, no fear. Does it look like I'm shaking? None. And not intimidated at all. Where'd that attorney go who was on here? Come on, Artie, get back on here and tell us your full name. Artie Sam. Right? So guys, let me show y'all something. So God started showing me how to trap these people, really use the common law, really understand what they were doing. And I got to learn. See, the big thing is God tells you with all you're getting, get understanding, get knowledge, get wisdom. Right? So I'm having fun because God has given me wisdom and these clowns can't fight me anymore. I went through God's law school, right? Because when you look in the scripture, you're going to see that God is going to raise up somebody, give them knowledge of the law so that they can get the people out of prison houses and those who are locked in chains and in darkness and those who had their kids taken, God can restore. I'm telling y'all, it is what it is. It is what it is. So let me show you how deep this is. So I have this court case. I kick off the other judge and then I start going after. But when I kicked off the other judge, remember, Greg McKay, Jared Steele were all in the same courtroom with this judge. So when she got my case, they already knew I was coming. So they hid Jared. And then I'm going to show y'all what happened after my case got out and they knew what I was doing. What happened with a $250,000 a year earner who I went on, you'll see I went on later because I found him at a meeting with the FBI there, DOJ and everybody and proved that they were trafficking. The head woman for CPS who knew they were trafficking, Josh was there, Evelyn was there, and LJF was there. And they actually watched me destroy this guy and show everybody in the room that they were all in a trafficking scam with the law. And I walked up to her after and people were watching. She said, sir, we're going to make sure they don't take any more kids. We're going to stop this. He's taking people's kids. We're not going to let it happen no more. We're going to train him. I promise you we're going to stop, sir. That was Lynn Johnson, right? I'll show y'all some PCAPS if y'all want to see PCAPS. After that meeting with Lynn Johnson, 29 days later, the $250,000 earner gives his resignation, quits. Why did that happen? It must have been that he went to a court case and a court case said that with a cause number, he was defeated. No, he got his anus handed to him. And I did it on live video. Y'all could go to my YouTube and see. The next time I came to that meeting, y'all saw Cindy McCain running out. She's like, I ain't gonna be here when this dude talk. Right? She sat there and listened to other people talk, put me at the end, and then now I put myself on the front to make sure I go first. She put me all the way at the end. When she got to the last two before me, she was like, pew, exit stage left. I'm out of here. Right? That's what happened when I went at them face to face. So I'm gonna show y'all. So he quit, right? Now I'm going to show y'all proof with a case what happened when I learned and did that state case that he showed y'all. See, I learned how to fight in law by continuing to go after they attack you. After they attack you, if you're strong, you keep fighting and learning and growing. If you're weak, you give up because your strength is small. And then you don't grow. And then the deep state beats you because you shut down. So I'm going to show y'all what really happened. Because I always bring PCAPS. I ain't got nothing to say that I can't really prove. So let's see. I just send that over. Hold on. Oh, here it is. So I'm going to show y'all with not my testimony, because my testimony is nothing. Just like Jesus said. It ain't my testimony, but if it was my testimony, it'd be true because I'm God. Like Jesus is God, right? So if he says something, it's just true, straight up. So he did that case, right? Now I'm gonna show y'all. It says David Watson, right? Y'all know that's my white guy name, where if you look me up on Facebook, you can never find me. All my business people are like, David, I looked you up and I found 100 names and they were all white guys. I couldn't find you, bro. I give up. So 10 years ago, I decided to just go by my first name, David Jose, right? And so my Facebook that got stolen was David Jose for 10 years, 11 years, actually. So if we look here, David Watson, the prosecutor, see, I learned that I could prosecute cases and it was game on, versus Jared Steele and Greg McKay, wrongdoers, case number CV 2018-007006. This is what happens when you learn. Now, this guy's name, he's the process server, guys. Josiah Cox, upon his oath and personal knowledge, states the follows. He's over 21 years old. Number two, he went to go visit the building of Greg McKay at 3003 North Central Avenue in Phoenix. He turned in this Arizona amended claim, notice of demand to respond, claim, amended, notice rules of court. I created the rules of court. I was smart enough to understand that this was my duty as the prosecutor. I learned. Ink thumbprint attached as addendum to amended claim with exhibits filed with issue by the honorable court in this manner and was unable to effect delivery. So he tried to deliver to this guy who's the biggest guy in the building, who helped CPS bring about $1 billion in a year. This guy is in this building. This is his office, and I went after him, y'all. What happened when he tried to go deliver to him? Watch this. No suite number provided. They wouldn't tell him where he was. No directory. Security at front desk stated he has never heard of Greg McKay. The biggest guy in the state for taking kids. The guy who works in that building every day on the 23rd floor that no parent has ever been able to go up to except for me and Dale McCardle. We served that guy with my Supreme Court case. And in front of Dale McCardle, the guy at the front desk said, Greg McKay told us to never accept any more lawsuits at all, not to take anything. So if you want to serve him, you got to go upstairs yourself and give it to him. I'm like, oh, what? Oh, you ain't blocking me? You let me go up to his dungeon? Oh, open that door. So we went up and recorded, y'all. We went up and recorded. Y'all see, I paid on September 6th. He swears that he did this under penalty of perjury, 2018. So 3 years ago, y'all, I was bringing smoke so bad that they started running from me. But I had to learn first. And that's okay. I'm okay with waiting. I'm okay. I am the white guy. Joe Biden, like Dave's the white guy, Josh the black guy. That's true. Josh is so hood, man. For real. But see, guys, this goes to show. When I did my first case, I listened to Carl Lentz. They blocked it. Fine. I'm not a punk coward. I'm gonna keep coming at your anus. Let's go. I did the second case, and I dropped stuff in the Supreme Court. So I realized, oh, they're using a private court. How do you defeat that? Make it public. So I went and took all the evidence from the private court where they were lying. They had 5 different stories. They really released the information 3 months later, showing that they lied to steal my kids, and they hid all the evidence so that it wouldn't come out. And so I even have a picture of where I took a picture of the CPS investigator taking evidence for me, and then he didn't turn it in. And I can also show you guys a case called Pellerin versus Wagner, where, and I showed some of my people, where Karen, the Wagner lady, is actually acting like she don't know what exculpatory evidence is. This is huge. So after she's getting into trouble for that, on my case, she's still working together with people hiding evidence, right? And then the person who was the CPS worker of the case, she actually has a criminal record. My brother and his wife looked it up. She has a criminal record for not turning in evidence. I have her, and other people have her, on tape saying, oh, I knew about the evidence for your case, but we just decided not to turn it in when we were taking your kids. So you got evidence that proves that I'm innocent, but you're going to let people come together so you can get the 4 kids I got and make $83,000 to $140,000 off of them each a year. And you going to hold the evidence and not give it to the CPS hearing officer. Y'all are not supposed to take kids without warrants in the first place. I can also show y'all where there was a document, which I'm not going to do that. But if I wanted to, I could. I could show you a document where they took my kids with a what's called a pickup order that wasn't signed with the information on there. The person who signed it was not a judge. And they called it a warrant. It was not a warrant. But if I didn't go through all this, I couldn't learn to be a beast, a monster, and go after the deep state and laugh at them and crush them on video. And Mr. Artie can come and act like he just made a mistake and happened. It popped up on his YouTube. Like, he says I'm a nothing and a nobody, but you a dang attorney in New Jersey or New York, and my videos just gonna happen to pop up all the way in your state. You ain't got nothing to do with me, but I'm not important. I bet you after this video go off though, Fox probably gonna come right after me. Well, most of my videos that come out really have so many views that YouTube puts Fox after me. But I'm a nobody and nothing. Okay, cool. Okay, UFA, right? So, guys, we can see that these people are lying. Now, there was something I said that I was going to prove, and I forgot, and I told y'all to remind me. Let me know what I was supposed to prove to y'all. But guys, these guys are some freaking clowns. They're not really real. They're not really off that real life smoke. They're not ready for the real fire. They're not ready to battle somebody who knows God. They're not ready. And they come at me, guys. They try to come in front of y'all and present themselves like they're really just some regular old person that just popped up. Oh, we're not connected. Shut the freak up. I just showed all y'all connected. The guy Artie comes. Y'all, Artie was just on giving information to this kid, Michael, to go after David Straight. But then he's trying to act like he just happened to pop up on my page, but he already got caught being connected to the Michael guy who learned from a lot of us, who's trying to tear down the whole movement. If y'all don't believe me, Michael's going after David Straight. I just showed y'all the names where they were all trying to come after me and David Straight and other people because we were winning kids. So let's look what he says. Shaking my head. You know, eventually, David Straight, we're going to find you out. Stay tuned for my next video. And big thanks to the attorney name. Guess what? Artie. Oh my gosh. Artie, the guy who said that he just happened to pop up on his screen, that he had to come check out my video. Artie gave information to this clown, Michael. Michael works with the deep state actors who literally traffic kids and kill people. Marty tried to act like he just happened to come here, but Marty was sent here by this clown Michael. Ain't that funny? How God just gets you caught up with all the PCAPS and I just got it prepared ahead of time. Watch this. And big thanks to an attorney named Artie. Is the attorney really named Artie, or does his page just say Artie and he's really somebody else? Let's keep going. He just debunked the whole Jamie Cobot case with David Straight. Oh, okay. So you're trying to debunk David Straight, the one that helped people get kids, and you are trying to debunk Kurt, who tries to fight to stop courts from stealing kids, and you're trying to fight David Jose, who's knocking down the deep state and getting a ton of kids. For reals, Thank you so much. Y'all check out Artie's channel. Now, don't this look familiar, y'all? Artie's Corporate Fiction. Ain't that the page that was just up here talking silly, talking about I'm not that important? Well, why you got to tell I'm not important and you're watching my page while you're at work if I'm not that important? I could not have made this video if it wasn't for Artie's help. Artie, man, you just have paid a grip for all those documents you sent me. Oh, I'm sorry. Artie, man, you must have paid a grip for all those documents you sent me. Much respect to you. This clown dude working with the dirty attorney and the dirty attorney from New Jersey and New York who wouldn't tell us his name and then booked out, y'all. The wicked deep state clowns run when they start getting caught. So a bar member who works in courts, y'all, who can deal with courts. This clown came all the way to my Arizona video to talk junk and say I'm not important and act like he just happened to see my stuff pop up on his page, then tried to act like he had no connection. But then Melly Mel went to his page and saw, just like I said beforehand, right? He was subscribed to my page. So this dude is subscribed with the bell going so he get notification when I start talking so he can research what I'm saying so he can try to discredit me. And at the same time, Michael, the dude with the CPS page, saying he's going to discredit me. He comes with some video from some trafficking people who connected to Clinton, who I just proved it to y'all, showed y'all the pictures of them together, showed y'all where they were coming together to make the plan, showed y'all where they tried to execute it, showed y'all how they tried to connect me to other people in the deep state, showed y'all how they made fake stories by people who really traffic kids and kill people. Bruh. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. Bro, it's so funny how God tears up the deep state. But see, this is how I show y'all this because this is how all of us have to be. Mark Reyes, the military honors an oath to not let the military be above the civil. If you look in your state constitutions, it's going to say the military shall be in strict subjection to the civil. They don't have the capability of coming and making war on the people, sir. So if you're sitting waiting for the military to come save anybody, it ain't happening. The military is not supposed to do that. So if you understand the law, it can't happen. So you're thinking, oh, I was going to prove about Lynn Johnson. Now, can I prove that I put President Trump's office on notice? Can I prove that I caused them with others by God to expose? Give me 1 second. To expose the deep state and their trafficking of kids. After I put the deep state on notice that I knew what they were doing, and I did it in front of the trafficking council and the woman, Lynn Johnson, that I told y'all I gave notice to, many people would say, well, Dave, you didn't prove that you gave her notice and that you dealt with her. You didn't prove that you have anything to do with this, and you can't. Okay. So I'm going to show y'all what kind of dude I am. I believe I may have gotten kicked out of kindergarten because I wouldn't play. They're like, dude, you won't even go to recess. Get your ass out of here, right? I'm just being funny. I never got kicked out of kindergarten for that. I got kicked out of kindergarten for fighting about 100 times, right? I got kicked out so much, but I was the little weak-voiced guy who they used to pick on people. And I'm like, dude, you're not going to pick on me, and you're not going to pick on people. And they're like, oh, we'll jump you. We'll do this and do that. I'm like, you can bring that smoke if you want to. You catch some stuff that you ain't never think you were going to get, but go ahead with your bad self, right? I never bowed down to these cowards. And that's how God raised me. So people will say, David, you can't bring the PCAPS. See, I learned that the courts block people, right? And I know the video is going to leave. I learned that the courts block people. So when I understood that the courts block people, I realized that I need to use different methods to get stuff going. I needed to use different methods to get stuff going. I could not go by the same things not getting the result I wanted and continue doing the same dumb stuff. So what I started to do is I started to teach the people together how to see where they were doing wrong in the law. And then I would build the people up so they learn how to fight together. When I did that, it caused for the deep state to get highly concerned because it never happened before. So what I did was I taught the people how to come together and fight. So this is why they had to try their hardest to attack me. Because now the people had the power to fight on their own, and they were learning how to get platforms that were not blocked by the deep state. So we start making a ton of alternative news. I started telling people, don't be scared, don't be afraid. You are the news. I said, stop listening to mainstream news. Don't even give them an interview. Y'all know I still say this today. Don't even give them an interview. When they want to talk to you, don't even let them talk. And what it did was it blocked the deep state from having access to the people, and they started to lose because we started producing our own news. When we started producing our own news, we blocked them out from hiding the truth. So what happened was we learned how to get the deep state caught up. And then at this time, I learned so much about affidavits and notice that I realized I'm not going to keep trying to deal with these stupid courts. I'm going to go straight to the source, and I'm going to put government officials on notice. And that's what we did. Oops. Let me see. That's what we did. We put government officials on notice. I was the first one to do it this way. And we got massive ground shaking results. So remember, Lynn Johnson is the woman who was the trafficking council lady that Trump appointed. Y'all can look this up and see if I'm lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Lynn Johnson is the trafficking woman that Trump put in place. Now, there is no reason for me to know who Lynn Johnson is if I'm lying. Lynn Johnson is the lady I walked up to who was at the trafficking council meeting that y'all witnessed, where I blew the back out of the guy who quit 29 days later. See how it's all coming together? See how God guides your steps? When you go back and look at that video, notice that I'm not dressed up in nice attire. Notice that I'm wearing a shirt that was not Carhartt. It was one of those like mechanic shirts. And what happens is I come and I put somebody on notice who happened to be Lynn Johnson. So what I want to do is show you guys now an email. When I open up my email, y'all can see it here. There's a delay of about 10 seconds. When I show you my email, you see right here at the top, I did a search for Lynn Johnson. Now, if I do a search for Lynn Johnson, why does she pop up in my email? Probably because I sent her notice, which people laugh at and say don't happen. So watch this. Oh, and because I put Lynn Johnson on notice, you see Arlena, who used some of my stuff, who did things her own way though, wouldn't listen to what I showed her, regarding immediate release of, hello, Lynn, my name is, so she got her name and knew what was happening because of me. But watch this. We made sure that Lynn Johnson got 2,000 affidavits and real smoke from the people. On 7/5/19, you can see that I gave her evidence of trafficking in children, Arizona CPS and foster care. So I show state nationwide in that document how CPS is trafficking kids along with foster care, right? Right? Now, after I do that, here's the woman, Lynn Johnson, Assistant Secretary appointed by Trump. After I send her that notice, there is an article that comes out. Trump administration asked for comments on child sex trafficking and foster care system, October 4, 2019. A short amount of time after we hit her with 2,000 affidavits, we find that this powerful woman, who is the secretary, right? She goes and tells that the foster care and trafficking system, CPS system is trafficking kids. Want to know how I got connected to Trump's situation? Because I put his administration with 2,000 other people on blast. And she was there and said, we're going to stop this guy in Arizona. 29 days later, he gave his resignation and went into hiding. He ran from my court case. I did. I just showed y'all the proof from the process servers. But watch this. In this thing, it says who have interacted with foster care system and is working on recommendations for professionals in these settings. We encourage everyone with specific ideas or recommendations to submit them in writing to Health and Human Services. Committee exclusively told the Epic Times on Friday, October 4th. On the day the committee held a public meeting on ways to combat child sex trafficking. So this lady went to a trafficking meeting in Arizona where McCain was there, where I went in front of them with a t-shirt, shorts, with my ashy black Negro guy knees from the ghetto, with some Moses flip-flops on, and blasted them in front of thousands of people online live. It went crazy viral. We got 2,000 people to send affidavits. Lynn Johnson goes on Epic Times and tells that she knows CPS and the partners are trafficking and she wants whistleblowers. You can talk about me all you freaking want. But when you run up against me, you're going to get them PCAPS. You're going to get that smoke. And I'm going to show evidence of what the freak I do. And there's nobody else in America who has evidence like this. If you got somebody, show me one. So we put this woman on blast, 2,000 affidavits. She goes and tells that CPS and their partners are trafficking. My title of my documents was CPS and partners trafficking. The document tells that parents are not being heard. Trump put in his executive order, parents are not and children are not having their rights heard. I put in there that attorneys working for CPS are hiding the law and unnecessarily and unlawfully taking kids. Trump put in his, look at Trump's executive order during COVID, when we supposed to be worried about big, bad, dangerous COVID. He was doing an executive order saying that he was worried about parents getting their kids taken. So he wanted to give high-class, high-level attorneys to be able to interfere not after they do the CPS petitions, but pre-petition, he wanted attorneys to jump in and nail CPS. Now, if I'm lying, I'm dying. There is nobody else in America who gonna show you this. And it's not me as God, because I'm a nobody, nothing Negro from the ghetto that never went to law school. I have no formal lawful law training, and I bring the smoke to these clowns all day, every day, without hesitation, take the fight head on, and they can't win because God is with me. So another trafficker wants to make another video about me. Whoop-de-doo. He says I shot somebody, killed somebody, beat people with guns and all this stuff. There's not an affidavit anybody will swear to in America saying that junk, because they know it'll happen. But guys, this is what happens when you go against the deep state. Guys, we get a lot of victories. We win all the time. And when you win, oh, let me show y'all the first person that I had a win with. I asked God for one victory. I said, God, can I just get one kid back? Just let me get one kid back so I know I'm going the right way, God. Please, 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 God, please, right? So I'm begging God for just one victory. God is so funny. God got such a sense of humor that God let me get tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of victories. And the first day that he let me have a victory, he gave me 9 kids back. And that person made Thanksgiving dinner. And while I don't have a lot of family, I don't have a lot of friends, God blessed me to be able to let the people who had their kids back, who had the same judge as me, same attorney on the case, same guardian ad litem. She got her kids back a couple of weeks after they stole mine. See, they thought Dave Jose was by himself. They thought Dave Jose only cared about his case, and all you had to do was shut down Dave Jose, and it was gone. No way, Jose. You're not going to stop Dave from winning. So guys, me and David Straight did videos teaching people the law, and it had like 50,000 views. 3-hour long video, 2.5 hour long videos. The same videos that the guy Michael was posting on his page and he used to build himself up to get trust from people, even though he never got a kid back ever in his life. The same video, which is funny, guys, the same videos that he's posting on his page came from me. The ones he show of David Straight, I'm the one who paid the fees for Zoom to record them. I'm the ones who put them out there so people can copy and paste them to their pages so they can learn. So the guy who used my platform to get a name for himself is out trying to attack everybody now. That's what little boys do. But I'm fine, y'all. I don't play with boys. I don't play with boys. I teach boys, right? So I'm gonna show y'all again. See, you go through suffering like this, and people tell you, David, you'll never win a case if you don't work with us as attorneys. David, we're the only ones who can do it. You got to be formally trained in law to tear these people's back out. But what's funny is, time after time, I come before y'all and I show y'all things that I've been involved in that people would say some of the things are coincidences. But I'm like, man, how many times do we send out thousands of notices or hundreds of notices or affidavits to people? And we just have these coincidences where we get victory all the time. Why does that keep happening? Why does it keep happening, guys? Why does it keep happening that it seems like how am I at the right place? That I'm worse than the FBI. Every time there's a big shootout or a killing, the FBI is there. So how is it that just like the FBI, all these good things keep happening, not with the FBI though, but with me, all these good things keep happening where I'm somewhere, you see something happen, or you hear about something happening, and I'm laughing like, I don't know nothing about that. Right? We had nothing to do with anything that had to do with that. They're guaranteed. And then the next thing you know, you find out something happened, and I'm telling you the day is coming. Then people are like, David's not connected to these people. He don't know nothing about nothing. He really does know nothing about nothing. He's lying. Okay, I'll take that. But then later on, I show y'all the PCAPS where, hey, look, I was talking to this government official. Like when the government official in Virginia said my name on with Josh on Mike Lindell's video, I'm like, oh, shucks. She wasn't supposed to tell that. Nobody was supposed to know we were working together. She told, not a cat's out of the bag. Now it's okay to talk about it. But Amanda Chase, who wants to take care of election integrity issues, got taught by me and Josh. Rantham mentioned me and Josh like twice, I believe, on his Rantham report, telling that David Jose and Josh Barnett gave him a memorandum of law that let it be seen that we can do. His attorneys were telling him, you can't fight the election, you can't do anything, you can't decertify, you can't do nothing. Then after they got that memorandum of law from us, they turned the story around. I was like, well, you can do it, actually. And I put in there about the conflicts of interest about the Bar Association. I'm like, yeah, ask them where the Bar Association got the right as a private entity to interfere with the people's business and as court members, officers of the court, be in the legislature as well. Right after that, they're like, oh, yeah, you can't do something. The Congress might not like it, but yeah, that is exactly what happened. Man, dude, Mark Reyes, don't ever put no junk about overthrowing the government. We own the government. Now you starting to look like a troll, bro. Don't put nothing on my page about some coming together to overthrow the government. We own the government. They belong to us. So we can change, alter, and abolish stuff if we want to by paper. Don't you ever write another dang thing on my page about overthrowing the government. You man, dude. The freak off my page. I'm blocking your dumb ass. Somebody block this clown. freaking Mark Reyes. I wish they would overthrow. You're a freaking clown, dude. Get your agent butt off my page. Clown. See, guys, this is what happens when you're winning. They want to say certain words and let it sit on your page like you did address it, to act like you want to overthrow the government. Because this clown knows that I'm doing a video with Neil this week, and we're going to go after bad actors and prove their corruption again and stop them. So his clown anus wants to say they should overthrow the government. You're a freaking clown, dude. Get your punk anus agent clown butt off my page, you punk. See, guys, this is the kind of agent setup stuff. They'll be sitting on here as an agent and try to set stuff up to make an idea that somebody wants to go against the government. Fake agent. Now, guys, I asked God for one victory so I can know I'm going down the right road. And this is what the dear God of heaven gave me in this person's own words. Hey, where'd it go? Here it is. So I'm a nothing nobody from the ghetto, guys. That's all I am. But this is what God allowed me to have. See, guys, when I was fighting my own fight, it's funny how God is. God let me see somebody get 9 kids back on the same day. And what happened is God let me see this big victory. And it was crazy because I needed to see that where he was leading me. And I was putting all these, days of 14 and 16 hours straight, learning the law and the Bible, that God was giving me the information I needed to really destroy. So watch this. This lady had the same judge that was in my case, same attorney, and same guardian ad litem. Watch what happens. November 11th, this was 2018. This was my first big victory, guys. And this lady got it from watching my videos for 3 days straight. She didn't go to sleep for 3 days. Her husband told me, like, this girl wouldn't go to sleep. She stayed up 3 days straight, learned everything, watched every video you had that was on Facebook. They took that page from me, guys, because of all the work it did. And look at what she says. I'm so happy that all my babies are home. Guys, do you know how much that melts my heart? When God let me see a victory where a woman is telling about all her little poor babies that got taken by the government. And then she goes and tells them about what I showed her. And 9 kids come back on the same day. She said, they made their own shirts. They have fun, make their shirts. Our home feels so happy and positive. Thankful God put this humble, intelligent person, David Jose, in my life. A true blessing. Guys, I asked God for one victory. God knows how to laugh at your low-level thinking. God's like, Dave, you want 1? Oh, okay, here's 9. And then I talked to the lady, and I found out it's not just 9 kids that was the victory. She tells me who her judge was, and I'm like, holy crap, you had the same judge as me? Then she told me who the attorney was on the case, and I was like, oh, shucks. That attorney was in my case. Then she tells me who the guardian ad litem was. Same guardian ad litem. She walked into court. The legislative tribunal is not a court. She said, you ain't no judge. You ain't acting as my attorney. Y'all part of a private legislative association. And you guys are acting in the private trying to take my kids under Title 42. I know exactly what you're doing. You better give me my kids back now. And the judge spooked out like, oh, shoot, right? Because he's thinking I'm the only one who is going to figure out what they did. They could just steal my kids, dust it under the rug. Usually what they do is they find out that people find out what's going on and they just wait a couple of days and then arrest them. They'll arrest you, throw you in jail with no bond and just leave you in there. They did it to a woman who had her kids taken where they did surgery on her kids. So I find out after everybody started learning, they gave back all of her kids. So 9 kids come back and with saying the same thing I was saying at the end of my case. Then I realized, oh, God wanted me to learn and he's doing something. I just need to be cool and keep studying, keep working, keep going at it. So I kept going and kept going and kept going. A little bit later, I got another 4 kids back from a lady in the Midwest. The people who I just showed you on video went after her family and were making videos of her saying she'll never get her kids back working with me. And then she got her kids back working with me right in their face. They're like, no way she's ever going to get her kids back. They made articles and stories about her. They like, look at this news media clip, what they said about her. Her kids came home. We did a video with her kids singing about Jesus back in the house. Beautiful little kids. So guys, I'm not too sad or broken to understand that God is using me for something right now. God used Abraham's only son. God promised Abraham a son. Abraham had to wait years for a son. And then after God gave him the son, God gave Abraham a test. He said, offer your son up as an offering to me, to see if Abraham was willing to do what God was going to do with his son in the future. Abraham was getting ready to offer up his son, and God stopped him and said, no, you ain't doing that. I'm going to do that, right? But Abraham trusted God with the son he got after all those years waiting. I think he had to wait about 20 years for God to fulfill his promise. God gave him a son. Now you got this son you love. Yo, I love my baby boy. I love my baby Sniffles. I love that dude. And I realized that God already showed me that he will give you something, blessing you, and then he will look and see if you are willing to allow him to take what you have and use it to bless other people. So my little guys aren't with me right now. Am I broken? No, because I understand God is a mighty God and he had to build me up to do this, or everybody will be getting jabs. If God would have gave me my little guys back way back then and let me win those cases, I would have never learned how to get an audit. I would have never learned how to knock down the deep state. I would have never learned how to help parents get their kids back. Their kids would have been getting raped. I would have never learned how to help Josh open up his gym and how to help 120 something other entities open up in the private and save thousands of lives, make sure kids have food to eat. I would have never known if I did not stand and fight against the deep state and wait on God. God's wisdom is great. See, he could have gave me my kids back with my foolish thinking, wanting stuff on my time, and then everybody could have got shots right now. They could have forced mandates because I wouldn't be here to help everybody fight. Now, some clowns gonna say, this clown think he has something to do with people fighting and getting vaccine mandates knocked down and this, that. Heck yeah, I'm saying it, and I can prove it. I can prove it. I got other people who can verify. We got thousands of notices we can show. We got thousands of notices against the UAW. I don't give a freak about somebody's hate on me or what you think I can't do. I say challenge me. If you're a clown that think, first of all, if you're a clown, show you do equal stuff that God has allowed me to do. So you can show that you're a good judge. Attorney Artie and Michael, you're making videos about people talking about they're not getting kids back, and your anus ain't never got a kid back. Never. And then you got to change the story and say, well, I did stop the police from going after him. Oh, a lot of people have done that. Just don't answer your door. That stops a lot of it. And David Street taught you how to stop it. But one thing that I will say is, and you can see, people had their kids in the system going through turmoil, wanting to kill themselves, and their kids are at home with them right now. So before you come at me and say what I'm not, show what you do. I live this life. I'm freaking in the trenches. I'm putting my life on the line every day. They can kill everybody I know over this. I'm not scared though. I don't give a freak. I don't care. Just like the people in Detroit who told me, oh, I kill you. I do this to you. Oh, I beat you up. There's a lot of people who remember this. That remember those feet, right? They're like, I didn't know black dudes in the hood do martial arts. Like, you found out. You might have been asleep when you found out, but you found out. So God has prepared us to go against the deep state. God has prepared us to be victorious. And I told the people, they said, Dave, you're not worried about your kids and just kissing these people's butt and just getting your kids back. First of all, if I'm not going to stand up for everybody's kids, don't talk to me like your kids are more important than everybody else's kids. I love my kids just like y'all love y'all kids. If I can't have my kids, if y'all can't have y'all kids, it ain't righteous for me to just focus on having my kids. My thing was, I'm going to stand for everybody's kids and I'm going to fight for everybody. I don't give a freak what they do to me. I made a video. They stole it on my Facebook. People saw it though. The first day they said they were taking my little guys, I made a video, got 1,700 views. Then they told me, I put a gag on her, you're going to jail if you don't hide the video. I said, listen, y'all can attack my kids and take my kids if y'all want to. I said, I will find everything out about your system. I will find out everything you're doing to break the law. I will destroy your whole system if you play with me. By God, I will do it in front of everybody. 1,700 people saw it. I said, I'm not kissing your butt. I'm not begging you to have my kids that belong to me. I don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm going to bring that smoke. You will get a fight that you never thought you could have in your life. You sit in a position of power now. You won't sit there long. And now a few years later, the nation is realizing what they're doing. We're conquering all of their deep state garbage, and their system is about to collapse because all y'all know, and they can't say, oh, everybody is just people who got their kids taken. We go give notice to them from regular people who ain't never had a kid taken. Now, we gonna show how you get money with COVID, Social Security money. You're running scams on the people. You're doing all these shady things, trying to get them all fired. And I'm going to connect the dots in front of everybody. And your system is falling. Guys, they better know and watch my videos and understand. I don't care what you try to do to me. God ain't gonna let you win. And we are going to blow the back out of the deep state. And just like somebody post Isaiah 45, verse 42 through verse 28. Isaiah 49, verse 22 through 28. Somebody posted here from the King James Bible. I'm going to show y'all exactly what's happening to them right now. God raised up somebody because the people were going against the law, oppressing God's people, putting them in jail, hiding them in prison houses, and stealing their kids. So if y'all get Isaiah 49, verse 22 to verse like 28, 29, watch what God says. Somebody post it here so I can read it, please. Oh, wait, I can post it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, guys. I'm not trying to tell y'all what to do. Let me show y'all something. Since these people want to act like they want this smoke. See, guys, this has happened already before. This has happened already. Isaiah 49. Let me show y'all. I'm going to just post it so y'all can see it. Now, God will raise up a man to teach the law, and he will make the isles, the people, the inhabitants of the earth, wait on his law, because everybody's going to forget how to use the law effectively. And because God sees that everybody's going to forget how to use the law, and they're going to start taking your kids from you, putting people in prison houses and stuff like that, God raises up people to do this. Now, I'm going to prove to you guys, I'm not going to just say it, I'm going to show you how God works. So we're going to look at it real quick. Watch this, y'all. Listen, O isles, unto me, and hearken ye people from far. The Lord hath called me from the womb, from the bowels of my mother hath he made mention of my name. And he hath made my mouth like a sharp sword. God will prepare you to be able to talk and speak and blow out anybody who breaks the law. In the shadow of his hand hath he hid me and made me a polished shaft. In his quiver hath he hid me. See, when God build you up to go against the deep state and evil, or to knock down a nation that's doing evil, he'll protect you from the killers at the same time they're trying to destroy you, and he'll raise you up to learn and grow in the process. Let's keep watching. And said unto me, thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. So God knows he's going to be glorified and he's going to do some amazing things. And he starts preparing you from your youth. Watch this. Watch this. Then I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for naught. So I did all this work. I tried to do it on my own. I tried to do this court case, they blocked it. I tried to do this court case, they blocked it. But watch this. Yet surely my judgment is with the Lord, and my work with my God. Watch this, y'all. This is going to get deep. Watch this. And now said the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. God is going to strengthen the one that he builds up to handle the stuff they got to handle, and nobody's going to be able to understand it. And when he does this, he's going to do it to bring the truth to the Gentiles, the truth to the people who don't know him, the truth to the people so that they can be restored. Y'all know I got a group called Restored Republic, right? Watch this. And he said, it is a light thing. It's easy for God, y'all. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant. God gonna make him his servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob, to build the people, and to restore the preserved of Israel, bring the people back, fix stuff, correct it, because ain't nobody else doing it. God looked for a man to do it and wasn't nobody ready. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Thus saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One, to him who man despiseth, to him who the nations abhorreth, to a servant of rulers. Kings shall see and rise. God gonna bring that smoke. Them kings gonna wake up and find out what's really the deal. Princes shall worship because of the Lord that is faithful, and the Holy One of Israel, and he shall choose thee. God raises somebody up. God chooses somebody to bring that freaking smoke day after day, and nobody can stop him. Thus said the Lord, in an acceptable time. See, God don't give you your victory on the day you want it. God didn't give me my victory on the day that I wanted it. But he says in an acceptable time, the time that he chooses. So David ain't tripping. He's going to do it when he's ready. But look at all this smoke he's bringing in the process. Thus said the Lord, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation have I helped thee. He's saying in a day of salvation have I helped thee. He's saying he helped thee, past tense, help, but he ain't finished it yet. Watch. And I will preserve thee. God has already given you the victory. God has already won. You're waiting for him to help you, but he says, I have helped thee. I did it already. I already set it up. I already put Josh in place. I already put the affidavit mamas in place. I already put the other people, Leon Johnson, Epic Times, Patrick Howley. I already put all these people in place. Josh Barnett, put them in place ahead of time to bring that freaking smoke. And David, you gonna walk into it. You gonna walk into it. Hey, L. Kennedy Esky Mama, I don't know about fake and false prophets, but in the Bible, it says that you know a fake person, a fake teacher, or a fake prophet if they say stuff gonna happen and it don't. And look at all these kids that came back home. There you go. Now, watch this, y'all. Thus saith the Lord, in an acceptable time. Now, the Bible says children are a heritage of the Lord. So I wonder if this verse right here that's talking about heritage is talking about people's children. Watch this. That have been taken. Thus said the Lord, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee and give thee for a covenant of the people. So what God will do is he will use you to build up the people and let people take your children in order to prepare you to build up the people and help everybody get the people out of prison and your children back, because you would have never been working to help people get their children back because you never learned the law. You never went that way before. You never dealt with anything about prisoners. So God got to let something happen to you to get you involved so you can go bring that smoke. Watch this. To establish the earth, to cause to inherit the desolate heritages. So desolate heritages, children are a heritage from the Lord, Psalm 127, verse 3. God will cause the desolate heritages, the one that they take away from people, to be brought back by somebody who he's going to use to do this. Let's read more. That thou mayest say to the prisoners, people who in jail, like we did on January 6th. I just realized this the other day, like, holy crap, another thing. We're working to help the people get out of prison. I would have never done that in my life. Holy moly. That thou mayest say to the prisoners, go forth, to them that are in darkness. Remember, they were hidden 23 hours a day in darkness in the hole. Shield yourselves. They shall feed in the ways, and their pastors shall be in all high places. They shall not hunger nor thirst. God gonna free them, y'all. Watch this. Neither shall the heat nor the sun smite them. For he that hath mercy on them shall lead them. Even by the springs of water, he shall guide them. And I will make all my mountains and all my, I will make all my mountains a way and a highway, and my highway shall be exalted. God is going to give you the way to have victory. Behold, these shall come from far, and lo, these shall come from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing. We should be praising God right now because we can see where he's taken us already in the spiritual. O mountains, for the Lord hath comforted his people. I'm not hurt about what happened to me, y'all. I'm in comfort because God is good and will have mercy upon his afflicted. But Zion said, the Lord hath forsaken me, and my Lord hath forgotten me. See, a lot of people going to sit there and think the Lord forgot you. Oh, he ain't give me my victory yet, and start crying and being broken. But watch what God says. Can a woman forget her sucking child, that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb? Yea, they may forget, yet will I not forget thee. God says, I ain't forgetting you. Behold, I have graven thee upon the palms of my hands. Thy walls are continually before me. Now watch this. Thy children shall make haste. What children? Thy destroyers, the ones who ripped you apart and destroyed your families. They that made waste shall go forth of thee. Lift up thy eyes round about you. Look, y'all, and behold, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. They coming back. As I live, said the Lord, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all. See, I know my kids coming back. I'm not worried. As with an ornament, and bind them on thee as a bride doeth. For thy waste, what they took from you, your kids, your family members, and thy desolate places and land of thy destruction, shall even now be too narrow by reason of the inhabitants. And they that swallow thee up shall be far away. God gonna fix it. God's gonna fix it. Yeah, I got videos with the family, L. Kennedy Esky Mama. You can go look on my page right now where it talks about the recent two. And you'll see the guy named the consultant show the case, talking about how his kid came back. And you can also see Annabella on the video as well, telling about the case with Phoenix Children's Hospital. And then you could go look up the case of Phoenix Children's Hospital because it was all on the news. And you'll see that everybody can help, including Marissa Hamilton, including the legislature. And after they tried to give $15,000 to any attorney who take the case in Arizona, it did not work. And then she came to me and got her kid back. Or Annabella came to me to get the document for her, and she got her kid back after that. So praise God. There you go. There you go, video, so people can see it. Thank you for asking that. I know you're trolling, but thank you for giving me that good smoke. Now, tell me where you and all your crew, L. Kennedy, has that. Because I got two right there, and I got a lot more. And I just showed pictures of people. And we also know that your friend Ashley went and told that she was the FBI, and that if the woman with 9 kids tells again that I helped her, that they're going to call CPS on her or go after her. So nice try. Don't make me show PCAPS on that. Verse 21, guys, watch this. Oh, no, sorry, verse 20. The children which thou shalt have after thou hast lost the other shall say again in thy ears, the place is too straight for me. I ain't got enough room. Give place to me that I may dwell. Verse 21, watch this. Then shalt thou say in thine heart, who hath begotten me these, seeing I have lost my children, and am desolate, a captive. Hold on, guys, wait one second. Hey, ma'am, as a matter of fact, when you tell me to show a video, L. Kennedy Esky Mama, why don't you do a video right now showing kids that you guys have gotten back? And why are you so freaking hyped up? Actually, Sonny Smith, I know you're with the team too. The reason they took the kids is because they traffic kids for $1 billion a year in Arizona. And they hide stories, which you can see in the court case that is posted in the Arizona Supreme Court 13th case, I believe it is, in 2018. Go look at it and you'll see everything. And when you see the reason, you'll see the 5 different stories they had that were conflicting. And then you tell me what the reason is. And then I want you to tell me why I have been walking around for 3 years with not ever being arrested, but they stole my kids, and why other people have been walking around without being arrested. It's kind of strange. You take 1,000 kids a month, but hardly arrest anybody. That's really strange. So there you go. Now, watch this, y'all. Thou shalt say in thy heart, who have begotten me these? Seeing I have lost my children and am desolate, a captive, and removing to and fro. And who have brought up these? Behold, I was left alone. These, where had they been? Watch this. Thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will lift up my hand to the Gentiles and set up my standard to the people. So God is going to set up a standard, build people up. Now, hey, this is funny though, guys. Y'all got to laugh because these people are really trolls coming in trying to act like they don't know what happened in my case. And they've been coming after me for the last several years. They're trying to act like, see, they realize I got a following so big now that ain't connected to them that nobody will believe their foolishness. So they got to act like they really care, like they're really not trying to attack me. I know that name already. And this other guy, he knows what he's doing. But they don't know that y'all just seen, because somebody sent them here. They don't know that y'all just seen tons of cases, and all of my community page are tons of cases and people y'all know that got their kids back. So they think they're convincing y'all that I didn't get kids back, when y'all know the people who got their kids back and witnessed them talking. It is so funny. But watch this, y'all. Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will lift up my hand to the Gentiles and set up my standard to the people, and they shall bring thy sons in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. They're going to have to return all the kids. I'm telling y'all, watch it happen. The whole CPS system is about to fall. They got agents on my page right now trying to convince y'all kids didn't come back home when y'all didn't watch the parents telling in live videos. The reason they don't know is because God hid me from the CPS movement while giving me all these victories. And then what happened was, now these people think they can come and deceive y'all into believing stuff, and they don't know y'all. God already prepared y'all to see the truth by letting y'all witness independently of the CPS movement all the victories. They don't know y'all been sitting here having victories yourself with all types of stuff, and it's funny. They're coming trying to doubt what I do. Talk about why they take your kids. Well, if you go ask Michael, they said I pistol whipped somebody, which is in no document anywhere, affidavit, anybody swear that. They said I kill people. They said all types of stuff. They said I beat up my kids with 187 stitches. There's no hospital record of anybody ever having a stitch. What the freak is going on? What the freak is going on? Hey, Sonny Smith, do a video for me though, so I know you're not a troll. Do a video for me and let me know that you're a real person though. Right? Now watch this. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth and lick up the dust of thy feet. God's going to make them ones who ran over your back humble before you. Watch this. And shall know that I am the Lord. For they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. See, I ain't ashamed. I waited for God to get my victory. God is going to win. God is knocking the backs out of these deep state monsters in your face. And they tried to come after me with bar attorneys like Long Live Ja has said. Long Live Ja has watched for a long time. He's caught these actors trying to dog me. Clements worked with these clowns too. He shared their documents and their stuff. But this is the thing. I never back down to the deep state. I take them all full speed ahead and drop PCAPS in their mouth while y'all watching. They're in trouble. The CPS trolls, as Josh just said, see, look at what Josh said. They can't stop what's coming. These CPS trolls have no idea. Josh is running for Congress, and Josh deals with some of the highest people in the land. Josh knows what we're doing behind the scenes and how many government actors really know what's really happening. We just talked about a deep thing last night. Stuff is coming down the line where these people are going to go to prison and we're going to take back over the states. And some of them are going to be tried for treason. I'm just telling y'all the truth. Don't believe me, though. This is what God says he likes to do. I never said anything like this, but watch what God says he wants to do. Watch this. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty? See, the people who are running the land because they're running the law. Is it ever going to become a time where God will raise somebody up to teach everybody the law and they will take the prey, the ones they stole, the captives from the lawful captive from any? Now, what God is showing is the lawful captive is the one that they created laws to steal the kids and put people in prison unlawfully. And God is saying they're lawful captives because somebody designed the law to take the kids and to throw people in jail. Watch this. But thus said the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away. Y'all about to see that happen. If I'm lying, I'm dying. And the prey of the terrible, the ones they took, shall be delivered. For I will contend with them that contended with thee, and I will save thy children. You think I'm worried about my kids coming back? I've seen this already. As a matter of fact, why is it that all these clowns and attorneys and high-level people come at me and lose every time, y'all? Professor Clements came at me and got punished in front of everybody and got his anus whooped. Connie Reguli tried to come on one of my live videos, got destroyed about the common law, just like Clements. I didn't say you done a video on here, Sonny. I'm just saying you asked me a question. Can you do a video so I can confirm you're a real person too? Can we see your face? That's all. Can you just do a video on your page? I know you didn't do one already from what you say. I'm just saying, can you do one? On top of that, guys, Connie Reguli's page got the symbol for kid rapists on Facebook. Now, they send their little agents after me, guys, and I go at them head up, and they ain't been able to beat me for year after year. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you did, because I've seen your face before, L. Kennedy. You can see a video about somebody. How is it true if I'm not in jail and never been arrested for pistol whipping anybody and no affidavit says it? Didn't they remove? Okay, here we go. 1,000 kids a month get removed in Arizona. They make $1 billion a year. They have been proven to lie on documents. As a matter of fact, guys, I'll show you even better. See, this lady, L. Kennedy Eskimo, she's actually the lady Kennedy who I showed y'all her face earlier in the picture. So here's the real truth, guys. I'm gonna show y'all something, and then we're gonna come back to the Bible. No, we're gonna finish reading the Bible, then I'll show y'all who L. Kennedy said. L. Kennedy, don't lie. Are you not Kennedy on Facebook, ma'am? Are you not the Kennedy who posted the article with all the trafficking animals that you didn't know that I showed that already? Hold on, let me help you. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, man. Hold on. We're gonna help you out. You really don't want to play like you don't know what's up. You got a history of going after people who fought CPS, man. You got a history. You didn't know I showed your information already? You must have thought that God wouldn't prepare the slain. You don't have to go back and find it. We already know what the video is. It's from Michael Cadena. Hey, who's this? L. Kennedy Esky Mama. What's that? Kennedy. Yeah, here you go. Let me get into some of it. David Jose, right? You got me on a picture with Discuss Global, who work with traffickers, right? That's you, right? Come on, Kennedy. We already got them PCAPS on your anus. Where are you running? Hey, y'all, look, here's Kennedy right here. You see this KEHVRLB? That's Kent Hovind, the guy who came to an event with Josh Barnett's people. They made a fake article about me with Kent Hovind, with the agent who helped get Kent Hovind arrested because they didn't like he was teaching people about the Bible. That's Kennedy, y'all. Why are they using Kent Hovind's name to make a video or an article about me along with Miko Hayes? Kennedy, did you really think you were going to come in here with that bull crap? Kennedy, ain't that you? Kennedy? Oh, it's quiet, huh? Oh, shucks. Dang it. Kennedy, I already showed you earlier. Thank God you came in here because you proved my point now. Y'all come after me all the time, Kennedy. Why are you trying to act like you just somebody trying to figure out if something is true? You knew it wasn't true when y'all put out an article years ago and y'all got y'all anus smacked. You knew it before. Holy moly. Kennedy. Kennedy, wait, Kennedy, don't run, Kennedy. Kennedy. You work with some traffickers, Kennedy? You work with Miko and them? Miko who owns Discuss Global, right? That's your homie, right? Kennedy, don't run. Kennedy, I'm a bad boy. Kennedy, don't run. God gives me fire at the moment for you clowns. Kennedy, Miko is one of the guys who owns that page, Discuss Global, right? That you trying to put around with everybody? Michael Cadena deals with him too. You want to play, Kennedy? Kennedy, I'm about that life. Kennedy, I am the worst to come at because I pull no freaking punches. Kennedy, I bring that smoke on the daily. This is what I love. So you want to sit there and act like that, David? So that wasn't true? Of course you know it wasn't true. You've been doing this for years. Where's she run to, y'all? Kennedy, I just posted your Twitter. They're gonna find out who you are. They're gonna know everything about your life. Kennedy, when we come after the deep state, we know who you are. We got all your files. So we gonna make sure they visit you too. The government, when it's corrected, is gonna come after you. Don't run, Kennedy. Kennedy. So David, it's not true. Oh, shucks, he know my face. He showed my Twitter. Woo, that just escalated quickly. He got me. So you're telling me this ain't true? You want to act like y'all don't all work together and you're not coming? I already showed you, Kennedy. See, God, I didn't know you were coming, but God already let me show a video with you, a picture with you in it before you came from years ago when you were trying to work with them to make fake articles using other people's name to try to get views off of a creation scientist who never had any hate toward me in his life. He don't even know me, but y'all gonna make articles to track people's accounts. Y'all been hacking people's account, Kennedy. Y'all been breaking into people's houses. Accounts, showing pictures of their families, showing naked pictures of them, working with the people who work with Epstein. Kennedy, do you really want to play, Kennedy? Kennedy, where you go? Kennedy, see, I just read the word of God where he says that everyone who contends with you, he'll blow their back out. Kennedy, what just happened to you? Kennedy, did you not just get destroyed? Now, what's the page with Discuss Global? Because she just tried to push that. David, is this not true? I just saw this. Of course you just saw it. You helped these clowns make it. Wow. She just tried. See how they always try to deceive y'all? I just saw something. Yeah, of course it was you. You're going to tell us you now, but you didn't get full disclosure of who you were. Somebody who was working with the deep state for a long time. Now I'm going to show about you and your team, Kennedy, because your anus is caught now. So you've been really working with them for a long time and you tried to act like you just saw something, but you were part of the Discuss Global article sharing it a long time ago. So how did you just see this, Kennedy, when you've been watching this forever, making fake articles with a guy named Miko, this guy? See, guys, who is this Discuss Global? See, I don't just say stuff, y'all. I freaking show them real PCAPS. So let's watch. Who is this guy? Who is Miko? Now, she just tried to deceive y'all into thinking that the same stuff they made about an article on me about Discuss Global and they caught them lying years ago. Oh, and you blocked me. You're a freaking liar. Come on, Kennedy. You're a freaking clown. You know who Discuss Global is. Watch this, y'all. Here's who Discuss Global is. I'm going to share it. I said, you know, their stuff are hacking people's phones and accounts and you're sending it out to Jamie. And she tells me, I said, you know, stuff they're sending, you know, their stuff, right? You knowingly are sending their stuff. She said it's Randy Davis, Ashley Cooper, Miko Hayes, and Lena Wilson, right? So Discuss Global, God showed y'all who Discuss Global was before this chick came on my video trying to fake like she don't know who the freak I am. Oh, I just seen something that said you whatever. No, you didn't just seen something. You've been doing the same thing for years with your deep state clowns. And now everybody knows who you are. We'll pay you a visit on Twitter in a little while. Don't worry. Now, guys, we asked who this guy Miko is. This is Miko. Y'all see how quiet she got? Her heart just started pumping in her chest, y'all, when she realized I showed her Twitter and she didn't know I was ready to deal with this. What about you getting young adult mind teenagers telling them they can make all kinds of money? What are you talking about? I got people on my YouTube making all types of money. You can make all the claims you want. You cannot deny what's there. I can show you my groups and I can show you the people as millionaires in the group who will tell you they came from me. I left my business for this. Don't tell about what you did. You know darn well, Kennedy, that you work with the hackers and you promote their stuff all over. If you make me, I will open the door and start dropping smoke on your anus and I'll show you a lot of your posts where you tried to lie on me and you got caught. So don't play because you're wasting my time in my video. Now you're already caught. So just act like a good troll and sit in your seat because God showed in the Bible how he'll knock y'all out in an instance and you just got your anus handed to you in front of everybody live without skipping a beat. Without skipping a beat. And you will have no place here because you're a freaking clown. She works with the kidnappers. That's who she is. See, all of these people are hired to work in the system to destroy what's going on. See, no, Kennedy is here because she works for them. So look at Miko. Here's Miko. Miko with this woman's face, because he's kind of like a mixed guy. He don't understand what he is. Shara Michelle, I did not shut down TDH because of a lawsuit. That would not stop a lawsuit. Is that the lupus eating your brain? He's going after parents who tell what they're doing against CPS parents. They don't want people to have a platform to tell the truth. This is why the Clinton attorney and all these other Clinton attorneys who got caught trafficking, y'all, people came out and gave stories of how they traffic, how much money it costs, where they sent the kids to. I mean, everything is all on YouTube. You can see it. You can hear the people tell how they're trafficking the kids, name the people who did it, and they've been doing it for years. And this is why they're mad at me, because I interrupted the game. That's the real truth. And y'all see that God keeps just letting me prove what I say immediately. If I really don't tell the truth, why is God giving me victory in front of y'all face? See, the same way the attorneys tried to attack me, she's coming trying to attack me, but notice she didn't give full disclosure. Notice she didn't come and say, hey, Dave, I hate you. I really believe that you're evil and you haven't helped people make millions and millions of dollars. And I really want to just say bad stuff about you and act like I saw something on somebody else's page that was true and I believed it. Why didn't you tell the people that you've been following me around for years? You're just an evil woman, a dirty dog that works with the deep state, and you wanted to come make it look like you had nothing to do with what was going on with the guy, Michael. But you worked with Michael and he sent you to the page to act like you just saw something to get attention, right? Here for the truth. Oh, you want me to teach you the truth? Let me show you the truth. You just got your anus handed to you. Watch this. Here's the truth right here. This is Isaiah 49, verse 25. But thus said the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him that contendeth with thee, and I will save thy children. You are one who's been contending with me for years, and you just got your anus handed to you in front of everybody as I read the Bible scripture about people like you. Watch this. But this gets deeper because this is what God said he's going to do. Notice I didn't say this. Now they're going to try to make video and say, David said he's going to do this. Let's not do that because David didn't say that. But this is what God says he'll do. And I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh. So God wants to really get people really bad. And they will be drunken with their own blood as with sweet wine. And all flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior. See, God is going to let it be known. Oh, man, who the heck is Fran? Why the frick are you talking to me about Fran? I don't even deal with that lady. Oh, actually, there's a video about that already. Nice try. Fran doesn't work with me. And Fran went and somebody paid $5,000 for Fran to get a kid back. How does that have anything to do with me? Now, I got PCAPS on that. I actually have the pictures of your friend who tried to come at the same time as you, who this clown Fran charged money for people to get their case like she did with the guy in Texas. She used my affidavit stuff. I never charge people for my affidavit stuff. But the guy in Texas got his kid back. Robert Slavin can do a video if you want me to and show you the guy got his kid back. Fran charged money, never told me about it. And Robert went with him. That has nothing to do with me. I ain't got nothing to do with somebody sending money. But what I can tell you is everybody on this page knows and have seen that they get my affidavits for free. So for saving kids. So you can say what you want, but the guy, once they got his kid back, I never had anything to do with it. I didn't go out there, had nothing to do with that situation. Nobody ever paid me some money to go help save their kids. Nobody ever gave me $5,000 to save their kids. That's freaking craziness. You have to be crazy to try to even say something like that has anything to do with me. And if you do, show where anybody ever made a plan or chat for me to pay them money to go save their kid ever. And you a bad mama jamma. You're going to have to be doing some mad photoshopping because that junk can never work. See, so the thing is, guys, what y'all got to realize is the deep state struggles. That caught her for a loop, though. She was not ready. She was not ready for what she just got. She didn't know that I was going to post her channel up. I didn't even know it was going to happen that way. But it's funny how these people hate on the fact that I get people's kids back. They're so mad they can't help themselves. So she's been working with the people with Discuss Global. Do not click on the Discuss Global link because it's going to hack your phone. And don't click on the Clint Hovind link because it's going to hack your phone. But notice, Discuss Global made the first fake article working with Connie because Miko Hayes had to open Discuss Global after he went after me with the Daily Hayes and it got destroyed and fell apart. So God destroyed that channel, so they had to make a new one. So now they made Discuss Global. The woman told y'all Discuss Global was Randy and all these other people and these people who really got arrested for trafficking, right? That woman just came and she's trying to tell y'all about what she saw in the first article that now Michael is using years later or a year later. This is hilarious, right? So she's trying to act like she don't know who I am and trying to present y'all like to y'all. So why did they take your kids? So what's happening? I mean, so I just saw a video on this guy's page. That's the same lying information that was on a video that I showed y'all a year ago that came from this Discuss Global Miko guy to go after all the parents that work with the Hillary people. And I want to just act like I don't know anything about it. I just saw this. Now, guys, why does she have to present to y'all like she just saw it, like she never seen this before? Why didn't she just come out and tell y'all, I've been working trying to take Dave down for years, and now I'm gonna try again on this page? Why can't they just be forthcoming with who they are and what they're doing? Why do they have to deceive y'all into believing that she's just some old woman who just came out of nowhere, who saw something on another page, and she isn't the lady who was following me around forever posting stuff from that same trafficking group? Why? Why did God let me post her picture to show who she was before she came? Then she came and started talking junk. Then I called her out. Then I said, wait, you're the lady from the other thing, photographic memory. I saw her face and I recognized same lady, same name in the middle. Let me go back and take care of this. So then I went back to the picture, photographic memory. Her anus got caught. In the midst of the time she was trying to attack me, I engaged with her a little bit. And then I remember who she was. And I remember God let me show the picture earlier. So guys, notice she's been doing this for years. She's been doing this for years. Their group been doing this for years. They told me, David, we're going to take you down. We don't care if other people know the truth. We just going to make it so that, I mean, you know the truth. We want other people to see this. Bruh. Y'all deep state clowns are so weak. Man, y'all weak. Y'all getting y'all anus cracked. Y'all getting y'all anus cracked. This junk is it's hilarious. Y'all losing real time in front of everybody. 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 I'm seeing you talk right here. Long live John. So guys, this is what the real deal is. This is how you destroy the deep state real time. Guys, remember they got 2,000 people in a group who work with Epstein, who these guys are connected to. So they send people to all your social media. They try to attack your business. They try to do all these different things, try to make you look bad. You see, she goes from bringing up kids, and then she realized that don't work because everybody knows what's up. Then she goes from that to, oh, you did business and you said you help teenagers make money. Actually, I have helped my friend Henry Flowers. If you want me to, I'll bring him on video. His daughter, she's grown now. I'll interview her again. Her name is Courtney Flowers. You'll see where she made tons of money. I got another guy who was 17 when he met me, who built a twin turbo motor off of medical commodities. I got another friend we call Dr. I forgot what we call him. We call him the doctor. But he made so much money that he comes in 3 times in one day and show you him collecting money off of his medical commodity business. I can show you Carlos Reyes, one of the number 1 real estate investors in the entire nation, in 2016 in my group, learning how to do business, talking about me before they knew anything about pushing themselves in business and marketing themselves and taking themselves to the next level. He now drives a Rolls Royce and lives in a mansion, which material things aren't everything, but he became a millionaire after meeting with me. I can show you his other partners, Alex Sines, saying, I just made $3,000 in a day for the first time. I just did this and I just did that. And I didn't believe I could listen to David Jose because he was saying stuff that just sound crazy, but everybody learned that if you listen to this dude, this is what we can make. I'll show y'all the live stuff. I'll show y'all the group. I'll show y'all them become millionaires. I've been a little caught up in my business right now because people are trying to kill me over my business. And I've been helping people fight so much, but I can show you that I help people make millions and millions and millions of dollars, work with the biggest investors in the nation before I came here, and I'm killing my own business and my own ability to make profit by doing this fight but this fight is more important than just making money. If anybody want them PCAPS, I'll bring some of the biggest wealth generators in the nation. You can see and read about them all over, read their books, and you can deny what I do, but I keep PCAPS of everything. So I got a long history of people who became filthy rich. So challenge me if you want to do that. But see, guys, this shows how these people are. They start trying to set up so that when I go do meetings to do business, they would try to set me up with pickups that killers were at. So they wanted to affect my business. They went on all my posts and tried to tell everybody, don't trust Dave, don't do business with him. And then people were like, that dude made me $1 million. Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever listen to you? Then they leave from them and go to the next one, right? So guys, Mark, if you don't understand what PCAPS are, go watch Mike Lindell, please. Guys, so what you understand is I've been in this game for a long time. I left my big business life, right? Left my big business life to be able to do this. Somebody erase Mark's comment. Mark, I just said go to the other place. Like, it seems like you're going to start being a distraction. I don't feel like dealing with it. So please go check Mike Lindell and he'll tell you what PCAPS are. So anyway, guys, I bring PCAPS all the time though. And the woman Kennedy, y'all, I just showed her Twitter. She was trying to act like she didn't know anything about this video that just popped up. But funny, she was involved with the video way back in the day that they tried to make about me using the same fake accusations. She tried to act like she don't know about those. And she said those are true. Hey, David, are these true? Well, you knew they weren't true before. You were working with the same group of traffickers. And now you want to act like you don't know it's not true again. But it's the same stories that you put out before that you said you were going to delve deep into. So when you delve deep into it, why didn't you find a criminal record? Explain, explicate. Yeah, you got that smoke. That's what happened. Real life, guys, when you go against the deep state and you don't bow down, you don't give up, you don't freaking let them tell you that they're going to punish you or hurt you or kill you. They're going to make smear campaign articles about you. God gave PCAPS with the receipts right in front of y'all face. Now ask them to give you PCAPS about my arrest record. That doesn't exist. Come on now. Grown black men who smack people with guns go to jail. Wesley Snipes is filthy rich and he still went to jail. Let's stop playing. Let's not be silly. Martin Luther King was a nice guy. He never went to jail. I mean, he went to jail. He was a nice guy, though. Nice guy. Bad stuff happened to good people. So I'm not saying that even people who went to jail are just bad. People can reform. People can do good. Sometimes people go to jail who never broke the law. They didn't do anything wrong. They just went to jail. But trying to act like, oh, Dave, tell us this isn't true. I don't give a freak what you're talking about. Tell me something ain't true. Disprove some hoax. Not even the police believe what you say. They know about all the different lies. They had to hide it in the CPS court. That's why I put it on the record. See, guys, this is what happens when you go against the deep state. They gonna come with all types of stuff. All types of stuff. Yeah, it's a clown show. Look, Michael Cadena got pistol whipped and he had blood pouring out of his head. People get pistol whipped on video on YouTube and they bleed and they get cuts and busted lips. You're telling me I pistol whipped somebody, but you can't produce any record of anybody ever going to the hospital or being hurt? You're telling me people had 187 stitches, which is really like the number 187 kill people, and people are too dumb to understand that you're making a joke or you're being silly that ain't funny? And what's even deeper is you still have not been able to find any medical record of 187 stitches in the whole family? Wow, that's an exciting story to tell. Y'all making novels, right? So that's the thing. Thank you, Yvonne. That's the thing. People are seeing kids come back and these trafficking organizations, these people working, they also like to hire the American Trucker Association workers to come after the parents. But all these people are trying to attack and fake. And I always bring PCAPS that show the truth. I don't have a problem with coming up with stuff that show that they're working together, they're connected, they're lying. I show you them consulting with each other to do dirt. I show y'all. I show y'all. And it's funny to me, bro. I ain't even worried about what they can't touch me, bro. God doesn't let them win over me. They've been doing this for years. I ain't even worried. Yeah, hey, how you pistol with people and don't get arrested? That must be magical. Dude got a time machine. He pistol whipped somebody, just disappeared. He did the ninja vanish and just disappeared. You think cops don't want to arrest bad guys? Come on, man. The freak out of here. Freak out of here. Hey, y'all, I'll tell y'all this. An agent recorded in my CPS case, who was actually there with a couple other people. News media was there. And they watch where I tried to call the police officer to the stand as a witness, and I put him on my witness list, and the judge in the CPS case said, no, we're not even letting her be a witness. Now, they had her for the state witness, right? I said, bring the police officer in here and let me question her about what she really got in her hands, because I showed them, as you can see in the document that Michael posted, how they were lying and had 5 different stories. They were wearing a wire. I got a transcript of the wire where my daughter through marriage was lying, and he was trying to feed her the story, and it didn't work. So you could go in the Supreme Court and see all of this of Arizona. When you look in the case, you'll see where they openly see that she lied, right? They openly see that everything was wrong. And you see where I try to get the witness for the police to question the police as a witness. They moved her off the witness list and wouldn't let her come. So the detective who went and interviewed her and found her to be incredible, realized she was lying, they hid the dang detective because they didn't want me to be able to interview her. So they had her as a witness. When I went after them, they took the freak off. They were like, man, we can't let her go on the stand, right? They didn't know everything was being recorded. They didn't know they were being recorded. Guys, I can tell you that I got pictures, and the CPS judge, if the CPS judge wants that smoke, y'all ask the CPS judge attorneys to come live and tell I'll give her permission to talk about the case. Tell her to come live and swear that I didn't tell her, and show her evidence being given to the CPS worker. I took a picture of him taking the evidence in his hand, recorded him for over 2 hours, showing the evidence that he got, and they failed to put it in the case. And I got his partner on a recording telling there's multiple people who have this around the nation, because we're going to come after them. Right now, we have all the evidence of them telling that they knew that he hid evidence, exculpatory evidence, out of the case. When I put that stuff in the case, I tell the judge, I can show y'all, I won't do it yet, that I tell the judge they hid evidence. You know what she said? Why are you telling me? I'm not the police. So she's faking like she's an acting judge in a Title 42 legislative tribunal. Somebody breaks the law right in front of her. She says, I'm not the cops, while they're stealing the kids. I'm not coming half cops. Y'all have met the worst match that y'all could ever have, because I've been raised by God and I got all of it. I got proof that they had multiple stories that they hid to steal my kids. I got proof that they committed fraud upon the court, and the CPS worker told on them in front of the cops. And he also said he'll tell, if I ever have a court case, he'll tell the truth in front of them. If I ever get justice, he said he's going to tell. So don't be surprised if something happens to him by them, because he said he'll tell. I'm just telling y'all what the freak is up. Real deal stuff, right? So guys, I show y'all real life. I fight the deep state real life. They come to y'all trying to hide, not telling y'all who they are. Sylvia, you should start. Sylvia said, who is standing up for the unaccompanied children who have crossed our border? Are they lost forever? Sylvia, I think you should start that and make that your goal right now and bring us in so we can fight too. That's the 1997, not even a law. That is the Flores agreement that Clinton did to steal the kids from the border that they trafficked. So if you guys, if you got something that you think we should go after, you should be telling us so we can go after. There's so many different things to fight in the nation. And we got to fight what we got to fight. But guys, what's up with these people? These old weak clowns, man, they be trying to come with some PCAPS. They be getting their anus handed to them real time on video all day and night. This chick, hey Josh, you should have just seen it. This chick tried to act like she ain't know who I was, and she just happened to find something that she was posting a long time ago from another guy on another guy's page, and they're giving some new information. Hey, this guy said you pistol whipped somebody. Yeah, people said Jesus did things that Jesus didn't do either. Jesus was perfect. They said Trump was working with the Russians, making fake articles, just like y'all did. And we supposed to just believe because y'all say something is true, but y'all won't even swear to it? How come Michael won't swear by affidavit? Josh asked him yesterday, can you swear by affidavit that David did that? Gone. Going. Hey, Ryerson, I don't care, man. This is good stuff. God is letting us see how you destroy the deep state real life. No big deal. See, guys, these guys all work together, and they'll send people here to try to talk trash, to try to hate with stuff that they will never swear to. Can't prove a dang thing, just talking, right? Mad because we're killing their trafficking garbage. I'm not playing with traffickers. I'm not allowing traffickers to run game on the people. I'm not in fear of Goliath and the deep state. I'll freaking bring that smoke to them, by God, all day, every day, and show the other people how to do it. They don't realize their time is ending. They don't realize them doing this right here, that God has given me a platform so big that all the people will come after them for this. We'll get the grand juries and we'll prosecute these clowns who've been working and trafficking people, kids. We'll get all your emails. Just like you pop up acting like you showing some PCAPS, and then we show y'all all work together in the same picture I showed before you walked in here, because somebody assigned you to come and open your mouth. Yeah, come get that smoke. Come get that smoke. So anyway, guys, this is the type of fun I have destroying the deep state day after day. I've literally dropped a lot of things in my life. Stop where I usually make money. Bro, they've been trying to kill me forever. I don't give a freak. I do not give a freak. They've been trying for a long time. I'm not worried, right? The Bible says be careful for nothing. I ain't gonna live my life worried about somebody trying to kill me. I'm gonna bring that dang smoke though. I'm gonna bring that smoke. And I bet you y'all gonna see these clowns get found out. God has given us the nation now. God has taken us from being people who nobody will let us tell our story, to us becoming the news, to us telling our story, to us getting audits, to us knocking down the deep state, to us stopping mandates, to us going after the legislature and stopping them from doing evil things. What's too hard for God? Whoop-de-doo. I'm not tripping. But anyway, guys, God is good. God is glorious. God is victorious. God is so great because he allows us to stand in the face of our enemies and bring the smoke. Guys, this guy Michael is a clown. He works with the chick Kennedy. He works with the traffickers. They all work at this in the same group and came on and didn't realize I already featured the clowns. Then they tried to come in and trick y'all. They wanted to come in and trick y'all. And y'all, Jovan got poisoned just like Candace got poisoned. Candace got poisoned by arsenic, one of the favorite tools of the Jesuits to poison people with. And I told them it was coming. I told her, be careful, watch yourself. Don't let people go near your drinks. Don't eat and drink in public. She made the mistake of taking a drink. Somebody came up to her cup and touched her cup twice. The person was waiting there 2 hours before she got there, and they poisoned Candace. Now they poisoned Jovan. I tell y'all, these people don't understand. When you're really a fighter against the deep state, they try to kill you for real. So you got to walk circumspectly. But God brings that business, you know? So notice they tried to kill Jovan. They put white powder in Karen Fan's mail. Guys, understand that these people understand that we're bringing that smoke and doing things that are crazy. We're doing things that are crazy, and the deep state is worried. They don't know what to do. And they're getting their behinds handed to them. And I'm good with it. I don't give a freak about all this gangster stuff they talking, making articles. This chick just tried. See, y'all had multiple people try to come on here and confuse y'all, as I was telling y'all how the deep state will come and try to confuse y'all. That's some funny job. The lady literally tried to act like she didn't know me and she just watched some guy's channel, which what she's doing, she's trying to promote his channel. So y'all go over there and see what he said and think that something is true. It's the same information they tried to do before. Same thing. And she was part of it before and posting articles before, but she tried to deceive y'all. Like she didn't know where this information came from. She's part of the same group who's been doing this for years and couldn't defeat me. Sad team. Bro, it's bad when you do wrong and can't do wrong right. You live a life doing evil and you fail at doing evil. She's okay now. Candace is okay now. I told her what to take to heal herself and she got better, but she was on the point. She was gonna die. Like you could see the black up under her eyes and black in her hands. She was about to die. And then we told her what to take and she started recovering immediately. But anyway, guys, I want to let y'all know that this is the real deal Holyfield stuff. This is the real truth. This is real war. People gonna come at you with real war. So freaking what? Don't be no coward. Don't be a punk. Don't be afraid, right? You bring that smoke to them. You stand up in the deep state's face and you say, bring that jump. Bring that jump. And they can't. Why can't they bring it? Because they're fakes. They're losers, and God has prepared the way. The attorney that they tried to send y'all, I showed you the connection of the attorney to that same guy who she came from his page. She said, I was just looking at his page. She didn't say his name. And a guy who she knew exactly who he was said this about you, and he posted some stuff. So freaking what? But you come over here and act like you don't know him, right? And then that attorney that came here also came from that guy. And I showed the PCAPS to show they were connected together, and that attorney was helping him to try to discredit everybody who's fighting CPS. So this guy got a channel where he acts like he's fighting CPS, but really he's fighting with the deep state, trying to stop everybody who stops CPS. So there you go. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and chill a little bit, y'all, and get some smoke going. And I was supposed to get some stuff done or whatever, and I didn't do it. I think I missed out. But guys, oh, I want to show y'all something. I want to show y'all something. I want you guys to see, and you're not going to be able to hear it, but everybody look up, because I said I was going to show you this. Look up this case, this case on YouTube, and you're going to hear this woman talking. I don't know if y'all can hear this audio. I don't think I have it set up where y'all can hear it. You're probably not going to be able to hear this.
Allegations that were in the petition is in the court report.
Okay, can you guys see this?
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said now, they sign an affidavit
it might not have any
along
sound
with the petition?
Once it's submitted to the Attorney General's office, they send it back for accuracy, and that worker is responsible to sign a verification saying the information is correct and accurate.
And then as the supervisor that's or in a supervisory capacity when you're reviewing one of these reports for accuracy,
I wouldn't
correct me if I'm wrong,
try it.
As I understand it,
I wouldn't have to try it because we already have a big at a lot of stuff.
Allegations in the petition,
I don't go to a whole bunch of people's pages.
Look at the affidavit to make sure it's there.
Okay, y'all can hear it, right?
Yes.
Is that all you do to ensure that the statements the investigator puts in her court report are accurate?
Can y'all hear this?
I also review their documentation in the case notes. It's called a CSRA.
Okay, guys, this woman is Karen Wagner. She's the lady who got sued for stealing somebody's kids twice. The judge told her to give the kids back, right?
Explain to me a little bit about that. What do you mean when you say you...
The state told her to give the kids back. She didn't want to give the kids back and stole them again, and she fabricated evidence and made up stuff in a case to help steal somebody's kid. This woman was sued in a case called Pellerin versus Wagner, and she actually has gotten caught doing this, and a judge said that she was incredible, and I brought up her name in my case and said, can somebody tell me why she was deemed incredible as a witness by a judge in the CPS court, and she's working on my case, and y'all are taking everything she said when there's obvious testimony changed over and over again and edits to the reports in my case. Can I bring her in this court? And they blocked me and said, no, she has nothing to do with this, and I can prove that too. And this woman lost. The judge said she was incredible, but she got moved up after that. She did this to people, stole their kids, and the kids ended up getting molested when she put them in somebody's house, coincidentally. And this woman actually is the lady who was over my case. She is the supervisor. The CPS worker over my case has a criminal record for not turning in evidence in an accident, a car accident. So guys, watch this. This woman who is talking is being deposed by Sean McMillan, who fights CPS. Now, this woman act like she doesn't know what exculpatory evidence is, meaning when you find out that parents have evidence or there's evidence that proves a parent didn't do nothing, she was one who hid exculpatory evidence, and she wrote fake documents to make it look like she was actually having things happen with people that never really happened. You can look on this video, Family Rights, this channel. It's on YouTube, and you can see this woman as a liar because she says she was never trained to know that what was happening. So if the person in your case is actually somebody who's already gotten in trouble for faking, as Long Live Ja is correctly saying, how do you win in a private court where they can write the documents? And what Michael Cadena is putting out is what this chick got with my daughter through marriage and her team. They got the documents with the attorney general and cooked the books, and I got the proof. If you look at the case in the Supreme Court, I show where they changed the case on the fly to make it fit when I catch them hiding evidence that I got from somebody else. So there's one story that my daughter through marriage gave. I go to court for that one. Then her dad tries to serve us for child support and gives us a totally different story. I'm like, hold up. She said one thing to the CPS worker and another thing to this person. So I submitted it into the case and I said, hey, wait. How the heck y'all got two different things? And you know what they said? Who gave you that? They were more concerned about the fact that I caught them with two different stories than the fact that they held a lie and they should drop the case immediately. Then I had to wait 3 more months for another 3 lies where the man who was an investigator who had a wire on presented a transcript to the court. And what happened was that transcript, right, actually showed the real things that she said from their wire, and it was all different from what they put in the case. But they hid it for 3 months so they can take my little guys. And this is why I had to learn how to fight outside of that court, because they were cheating, and this woman is stealing people's kids and hiding evidence. Now, I'm gonna let y'all hear a little bit from this lady so you can understand what the questions this guy is asking her. And I think, Melly Mel, I think you watched this yesterday. Can you tell me at what time it was? I think you gave me a message telling me the time where she said something about the exculpatory evidence or affidavits. Okay, watch this, y'all.
Their documentation in the case notes, the CSRA.
It's called a child safety review. It's the format in which we document the events of the case.
Hey y'all, and this clown faceless name is Rando. He's saying I'm not showing proof, but I'm showing you the dang lady
That's in
getting
the
deposed
CSRA, right?
after she
Yes.
lied in everybody's
The
cases
CSRA,
and doing
correct
it for a
me if I'm wrong,
living.
but that's some
He
sort
says
of,
that's not proof.
computerized database or something.
Yes.
Okay, and essentially the investigative worker will sit down in front of a computer somewhere or a terminal screen and then enter her data or his data into the CSRA system.
Yes.
So like investigative notes, those sorts of things.
Yes.
And when you say you go in
Can y'all
and
hear her talking?
review the investigator's case notes in CSRA, that's what we're talking about, right? Would be the data that that particular investigator inserted into the system relative to their investigation.
Yes.
Do you do anything to ensure that the data that that investigator put in the system is true?
No.
So notice she didn't
So when
verify
we're looking at
anything
the
is true.
data in the CSRA,
So notice, guys, they're
in
putting
the
documents
context of
in, calling it
reviewing these
affidavits,
court
and never know if
reports
it's
for
true.
accuracy,
They don't know if it's accurate. Her own words.
you essentially just take whatever the investigator put in the system at face value.
You take it at face value. No firsthand knowledge.
No.
Uh-oh, she don't verify it, y'all.
What do you do besides read the case notes to ensure that what's actually there, the data you're reading, is true and accurate and complete?
I mostly go off of what the petition says, what the allegations are in the petition.
Okay, guys, now we got to stop there. So realize what she says is nobody's verifying anything that you find in these reports. So the clown stuff that Michael puts out that he gets from silly attorneys, anybody can write it and they can make up any story they want to. But the cops don't agree with them because the cop sees the lies. The cops are the real officers who check to see if there's real criminal activity. The cop said, man, this is crazy. This girl is totally incredible. It looks like she's lying. But then this woman says, I just go by and write an affidavit and say that I believe it's true, but she's not swearing that it's true because she don't know what happened. But she takes what's in the petition. So whatever in the petition, the allegation, they take it and just write a report saying that they got to take your kid because of it, but they never verify it. So you can't prove it's true. Like the Constitution says, you got to write a warrant, swear to it, have probable cause before you can take somebody's kid. She's telling y'all now that they stole my kids, but they never verify if what was said was true. And she actually got caught fabricating evidence to steal a kid and making up her own story. This is the case manager on my case. Let's keep listening.
Okay. And I think we already know we're sort of getting circular here, but the petition, because that's got an affidavit where the investigator is certifying the truth and accuracy of the statements.
Yes.
That we take at face value. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Then when you're looking,
Guys, so they take accusations at face value, but then they swear on a petition that they believe is true. So how the freak are you swearing with no firsthand knowledge you believe something is true that you've never seen and you use it, right? You use it to take people's kids all day and night where you're getting paid $1 billion a year and nobody ever verifies anything? Bruh. Watch this, y'all. This is her own words. See, I don't come with these silly games. I'm showing y'all these people are writing fake reports on parents all day and night to steal their kids. And what Josh always says, well, why aren't they in jail? This is why. Because when you have to verify the stuff like the cop did, she went back to go visit my daughter through marriage. And the daughter through marriage, she said, hey, did you not tell me that your stepdad was saying he was going to bring you home to homeschool because you were taking pictures of yourself and sending it to some guys that were not proper? And that's why they took your kids? I'm sorry, that's why you made these claims to get his kids taken and all this stuff? And she said, yeah. So what happened was the police officer realized she was lying, called her incredible. She's not a credible witness. And the real officers know she's full of crap and she lied. But the CPS officers don't have to follow the law. They steal kids because the law does what they say. So when the CPS court, which is not a trial by jury and not a court of record, sends out somebody to pick up kids, the police do it because the police are in a partnership for every kid they pick up. So what's happening is This chick is telling that, oh my gosh, I don't even check the stuff. I don't even check the stuff. So you're taking people's kids, which require a warrant, but your affidavit you make, you don't verify that anything really happened. So you just take people's word for it. So anybody can lie on anybody and y'all could go take their kids and y'all make money off of it. Holy crap. Let's keep going. Y'all watch this.
At the case notes, correct me if I'm wrong here, to determine whether or not the investigator inserted truthful, honest, accurate, and complete information in the case notes, you go back and compare that with the petition.
Yes.
And that's all you do?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. You don't talk to any witnesses?
Witnesses, no.
You don't go and review any witness statements?
I may review the file if there's notes in there.
Guys, let me know if y'all can still hear
That's
her
what
when
I'm
I
asking.
mute
You don't do
my mic.
any
I'm going to mute my mic real
independent
quick. Let me know if y'all still
investigation
hear.
to ensure that the
If y'all stop
reported
hearing her, let me know.
information is truthful, honest, accurate, and complete.
That's correct.
We just take the investigator's word for it. That's what I'm asking. You don't do any independent investigation to ensure that the reported information is truthful, honest, accurate, and complete.
That's correct.
We just take the investigator's word for it.
Yes.
Now, back when you were, before you were at investigator level 4, before you took on some additional supervisory responsibilities, was the system more or less the same as what you've just described for me, where you would have a supervisor that would review your work before it went to court?
Yes.
And at level 4, who was your supervisor?
Lynn Hart.
Okay. So between August 2014 and April 2015, was Lynn Hart your supervisor that entire period of time?
Yes.
So she would have been the one that was reviewing your court reports for.
Notice, y'all, all the way back in 2015, she's doing this stuff before my case in 2017. So she knows that she's breaking the law. She knows she got sued, and she's still making up evidence, still letting her people up under her lie, and still they don't get warrants, still they don't do right. And she's just now recently, like within the last year, lost her case, I think, and she settled out of court and paid people a ton of money for stealing the kids. So she admits they never use warrants, they never verify, and she actually got caught, guys, by a judge making up testimony on a parent. She was over my case with another lady who I have proof that she did not turn in evidence. He had evidence, and then when they found out that there was multiple lies, they worked together with the Attorney General's office to hide them to win the case. Let's keep listening.
To make sure they were truthful, honest, accurate, and complete, correct?
Yes.
So for the moment, let's just talk about when there's a court case, just to make sure I understand here. At the outset of the court case, there's going to be a petition filed and a preliminary protective hearing report filed with the court, correct?
Yes.
Explain that process to me. Do they come in together, separate times? How does that work?
Separate.
Which comes first?
The petition.
And I think you told me this earlier, but that's something that's filed by the Attorney General's office with an affidavit regarding the truth and accuracy of the factual statements.
No.
Okay, explain to me what we're talking about.
Watch this, y'all.
You fill out the petition.
Watch this, y'all. The Attorney General's office in Arizona is going to work along with her to help her write the stuff and put it together, but nobody's checking what's going on, and they let her swear to it, that she believes is true. So pay close attention, y'all, that the Attorney General's office in Arizona takes $1 billion worth of kids a year, and they're not verifying. They're helping them write the stories and putting it together. And if anybody wants proof or wants to bring that smoke, we can go to court, and I'll show how the Attorney General guy says, in my case, I can't give the evidence to the parents in the beginning because I can't find fluidity. I didn't understand what he meant by that, but the stories were so all over the place and different lies, they had to hide some and edit some. So when I gave them one of the other stories that I wasn't supposed to have, they say, where did you get this? So guys, realize these people are working together in a national scam to take kids, and they have no proof of what they say. They're just taking other people's words or making up words for it. And it is done together for Title IV funds, not because they're helping kids.
You submit it to the Attorney General's office. They review it, add their allegations. They send it back to you to review and correct if necessary. And if it's correct and no changes need to be made, then you sign the affidavit.
Guys, how are they letting the Attorney General add their accusation? Still nobody verified them. They let the Attorney General add their accusations, and then if there's no changes that need to be made, she signs it. But how does she sign if they give the accusations? How does she know if their accusations are true or not? Y'all see what's happening here? Let's keep going.
Okay, and then how long after that petition is filed, how long until the preliminary protective hearing report is supposed to be filed? If you know.
I can't give you an exact.
Sure, an estimate's fine.
About a week.
Now that preliminary protective hearing report, that report is not reviewed by the Attorney General, correct?
Reviewed? No.
Okay. What happens there is the investigator puts together, drafts the report, then the supervisor will look at it to ensure its accuracy and that the form is correct. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then do the supervisors then also sign the report?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the supervisor signing the report, if you know?
I'm going to say accuracy and correct format, and that all the allegations are included in the report that are in the petition.
Okay. Is that to let the judge know that a supervisor's actually looked at this report, reviewed it for accuracy and correctness, and actually signed off on it?
Yes.
I'm sorry, your answer was?
Yes.
When you elevated between the different classifications, and we'll talk about the supervisory position a little bit separately, but when you elevated, from level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, did you have any additional training that you undertook as part of that process of changing job titles?
Only when you got to position 4.
Okay. When you're going to pick up some supervisory duties?
Yes.
Did you ever have any training regarding how to fill out court reports? What's supposed to go in? Yes. And in part of that training, did they teach you about, I presume, how to investigate an allegation?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me how the process works here in Arizona. You get a call to a suspected child abuse registry or hotline or something like that, right?
The hotline.
The hotline. What do you guys call it? Just the hotline?
Yes.
Okay. Who typically can call into that hotline?
Anybody.
Okay. So like a disgruntled neighbor, a parent in a hot custody dispute, a school teacher, those sorts of people can call in?
Anybody can.
Anybody. What happens when a call comes in? Who picks it up?
You mean physically picks up the phone?
Well, yeah, somebody takes a report, right?
Yes.
Is that a department?
The Department of Child Safety.
Is it a special division within the department?
Yes.
Okay, what's it called?
Hotline.
Okay. And the hotline department, that's staffed with its own people, right?
Yes.
Have you ever worked in that department?
No.
Okay. As part of your core training, did you learn the process about how a call comes in, it's taken, something happens with it, a report maybe gets generated? Did you learn about that process?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and lay that process out for me? That's what I'm really looking for here, is to understand how an investigative case would get to someone like you from the hotline to the point where you pick up the investigation. How does that process work?
So anybody can call the hotline. It's answered by a hotline specialist. That person takes the information, I believe puts it in the computer. I'm not sure I can outline all of their steps.
Just the ones you recall, that's fine.
They put the information in the computer. It is reviewed by a person higher than them, and they determine the level of response that it will get. Then based on the address, it is sent to the field.
Okay, when you said I'll just call it narrative for lack of a better word, the narrative that the hotline specialist takes down from whoever's calling. You said that gets reviewed by a supervisor and they assign a level of response?
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
What are you talking about there where you say they assign a level of response?
It's classified as a P1, a P2, P3, or P4.
Okay. P doesn't mean much to me. Is there some significance to each of these levels?
Priority.
Priority, okay. What does priority 1 mean?
It means that you need to respond within 2 hours.
So that's like an emergency response. We need to get out there right now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, what about P2?
You have 48 hours to respond.
Okay, so that one's not quite so emergent. You've got a couple days to figure it out and get out there.
Yes.
Okay. How about P3?
72 hours.
Same with respect to a P3. It's not quite such an emergency situation as a P1 or P2. We're getting an extra day. We're jumping from 48
Yes.
hours to 72 hours. So you have a
Yes.
little more time to investigate and go out and do something.
Yes.
What about a P4?
You have 7 days.
Okay. Now these time limitations, are those mandatory? So if you get a P1, for example, somebody has to get out there within 2 hours. It's mandatory. Am I correct then that when a priority 1 referral is received, somebody must get out to investigate that within 2 hours? Just based on your training. If you had no such training and you have no basis to answer, then just let me know that. But if you have experience, training, some understanding you developed in the last several years working at the agency about how these priorities work and what's supposed to happen, then I'm entitled to your best estimate.
Am I correct then that when a priority 1 referral is received, somebody must get out to investigate that within 2 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Same with respect to the level 2 and level 3. So with level 2, it must be investigated within 48 hours, level 3 within 72.
You are required to make a concerted effort to meet your response time and contact the family.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that concerted effort, is it the same level of effort with respect to one of these priority 1 as it would be to somebody that you've got 7 days to look at?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, if I understood you correctly, and at any point if I misstate what I think you said, anything like that, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put words in your mouth or twist things up or anything like that. I'm really looking to understand how you guys work. So if at any point I say something that's not right, definitely reach over and slap me and correct me and get it moving in the right direction. I don't want to misunderstand anything as we're going through this, but as I understand it, the priority 1 referrals, those are basically emergency referrals. We've got 2 hours, something's really going on there, we got 2 hours to go figure it out, right?
The same answer, you have 2 hours to make appropriate efforts to contact the family or the child. Somebody has to make that response.
Your agency does not have unlimited resources, right?
Correct.
In fact, you have limited resources.
Yes.
In some instances, very limited resources.
Yes.
Has it been your experience over the years that, at least in some instances, there is not enough staff available to go out immediately and investigate all of these referrals as they're coming in?
Can you read it again?
Has it been your experience over the years that at least in some instances there is not enough staff available to go out immediately and investigate all of these referrals as they're coming in?
Yes.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I don't want to assume anything, but if we have to prioritize between a level 1 priority referral and a level 4 priority referral, recognizing we have limited resources, is there some sort of selection process or triage process that goes on so we can figure out where to devote the resources that we do have in terms of these priority levels?
There is a, as far as I understand it, there is maybe a checklist that the hotline goes through, and it has to meet certain criterias to meet that certain level of response.
Okay, and then the hotline will assign a response and send a referral over to investigations?
Yes.
Okay, is there any intermediate step between that assignment of a priority level and the time that investigations gets the referral?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, is there another department? Describe for me the process. We get a referral. There's we called it, I think it's screener narrative, or I called it a screener narrative that's created. A supervisor reviews it, assigns a priority level. Am I right so far?
Guys, I need you guys to pay close attention to what is happening here. So notice she works directly with the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office is very, very, very slick. Crochet Kim, I think I know who you are, and I think you know who Jennifer. I know who Jennifer Wynn is. She's on the picture with Miko Hayes when the guy is telling her relative that they wanted to come against me. She was named on the list that I posted earlier in the picture with Connie, Miko, Jen. That's the Jen he's talking about. So I think you know who it is. But if you would like to continue, I'll go ahead and pull the stuff out. Maybe if I feel like it, I don't know. I'll pull it out and I'll show you the connection. So yes, I know very well who Jennifer Wynn is. I'm at over 100 kids back now as of the other day. So I don't really need a lot of help working with the stuff. We're getting ready to take it all down. But I think your friend Jennifer Wynn knows Connie, who sent Miko Hayes after me. I think she knows. So I'll just say that. But guys, notice the legislature has been tricked into giving statutes that allow these people to take kids without warrants. The Constitution of the state says that you have to have a warrant to take life, liberty, or property. So they're taking parents' liberty interests, taking the kids away from people, and they're all working together to do this. The legislature writes the statute for them to take the kids, but you can't let an agency do what's unlawful without the Constitution, right? They're not using the Constitution. So they block trials by jury because it's not a court. It's under Title 42. So it's a fake court that they're using attorneys to act like they're running a real case. they use what they call a judge in the front of the room, but it's really a legislative tribunal hearing officer, not a judge. So there's no judge there. There's no attorneys really working for you. They all know what the scam is, that you're not in a court hearing, and then the federal courts block you. The state legislature is help writing the statute because they're all making $1 billion a year in Arizona. This lady is the monsters that's working to steal the kids. They're working together. They're making accusations about people that they never have to prove. They don't have to look into it. They steal your kids, sell them off with no trial by jury, even though Arizona guarantees a trial by jury. They say, well, we don't have to give a trial by jury because we're not in a court of record. Of course you're not in a court of record, which means you could have never adopted anybody's kids out. You never had a judgment. There was no judge. So how are you taking people's kids, selling them, making money on the whole situation? When somebody tries to go to a court to tell, y'all block it, hide the cases, send us to the same judges that's working or married to people inside the CPS court that took the kids. Then you look at this woman here, she gets busted selling kids, taking people's kids, making up lies, editing stuff, and they are all busted. The Attorney General's office, who is dragging his feet on helping Trump, right? He's dragging his feet helping Trump because Trump made the executive order to stop them from stealing people's kids in CPS. I wrote the document to get Trump to stop them from taking people's kids. His document looks like my document. You can prove that I gave them the information for the document because I gave it to the head woman over Health and Human Services, who got this guy who's over the Department of Child Safety, this lady's boss, fired. So I'm part of the situation with getting him fired, part of the situation with giving Trump notice of what they were doing. David Straight met with Trump and his wife and put a picture on his Facebook showing when he did it. This woman got caught and had to settle a case, but Arizona is hiding it. Kelly Townsend, who works for Arizona, was trying to make a law to stop them from lying on people to take their kids. And her colleagues in the legislature didn't want to do it, act like she was crazy. I can prove it to y'all. The video is probably still up. So think about this. They can falsify the documents. Kelly Townsend tries to make a law saying that it would be a felony for them to lie to steal your kids. The legislature didn't want to do it because the Bar Association guys running the legislature didn't want it to get out. I did a remonstrance showing that all the courts were working together, hiding evidence, and they had real lies in the case, put it on the Supreme Court public record and on the state Superior Court public record. And the federal court tried to block it, but the federal court judge is married to the woman in CPS stealing the kids. Now, I can show that they're all working together. The Attorney General's office is helping them write their reports and putting in their allegations. But notice they're stealing the kids with nobody verifying anything. So now there's stories with 5 different allegations against me that all conflict with each other where you can tell it's a lie. So in order to take my kids, they just hide it. And I dare any judge, any attorney to come in front of y'all any day of the week and debate me on this. I will pull out so much PCAPS, it'll blow the nation back. We can go to any Supreme Court, any legislature, anywhere in the freaking country, and I'll show you how they set me up. But God is good. Their anus is about to get smacked with the law. Watch this. So these people all work together to take the kids, and they're just telling you their process, and nobody ever really used any real law. The common law says that somebody has to write an affidavit with firsthand knowledge of the facts, and it must be probable cause, something probably happened, then they can make a warrant. She said we took everybody's kids with no warrant. So that means everybody's kids that they took with no warrant, they got to give them back. And on top of that, when they adopted them out, there's no adoption in the common law. We are a common law land. They got to give them back. They thought that they were going to run away and get away with this forever. And I forgot about a lot of this stuff until Michael came talking junk. And then I said, oh, shucks, son of a PCAP. Let me turn around and bring this smoke back out. So y'all, let's listen to them some more. I'm going to shut up. I want y'all to hear what this lady did. And I want to let you know that the kids got molested in this case. There's another lady named, little girl named Devani that got raped like crazy in one house where there was 36 calls saying that there was people getting molested and abused and hurt. And it was an ex-military guy who was on the news for degrading the people in the military when they were showing a picture of people forcing them to do stuff to each other, the guys, and they took pictures of it and went out. That was this guy. This guy went to prison. They took the kid and put her in another house, same guardian ad litem, where a woman tried to kill her, tried to boil her to death. So this is the kind of work that they're doing here in Arizona. The legislature act like they don't have the ability to fight it. I've been fighting it. You see recent cases that I just won where we go after them with notices and affidavits, and they're to the point where they fear me now, and they're giving these people their kids back. So people can hate on me all they want, but I'm showing y'all out of their own mouth what they're doing. Let's keep looking.
As best as
Let me know if this is interesting to y'all.
Once the supervisor assigns a priority level, what happens with that referral?
Then it is sent to the field with the appropriate zip code, address,
And that's based on where mom lives.
usually.
And when you say sent to the field, is it sent to a investigations unit out somewhere in the field?
A unit, yes.
Okay, and that's what you call them, investigations units?
Yes.
Then what happens with the referral?
It goes into a queue,
Okay.
and then it comes to the supervisors. The supervisors review it and assign it.
Okay. And you're a supervisor now, right?
Yes.
Are you one of those people that would review the incoming referrals and then assign it to somebody for investigations?
Yes.
Is there any sort of, you understand what triage means, right?
Yes.
Is there any sort of triage process that you go through when you've got a bunch of referrals, you have limited resources?
I want y'all to catch something real quick. So notice the attorney general doesn't get warrants, but sends out allegations to go get the people's kids, and they're not following the common law. So once you understand that, guys, we got to realize this is the same attorney general's office who hasn't went after the board of supervisors when he knows they broke the law. So the board of supervisors who help in the county with taking people's kids, they won't arrest them. They're letting them go and do whatever they want to. And this is why Karen Fann in the legislature was concerned about ever trying to go to a court or trying to send the state and the county sheriff, because the problem is if the county works with this trafficking, they all came together and made an agreement that they were not going to allow Trump to come back. This is why they cheated in the election. The judges and attorneys are part of a group called the National Council of Juvenile Family Court Judges. Look it up. It's in Nevada. They are 30,000 members deep, and they all work together to take kids. They work along with a whole lot of truckers. I think it's the American Trucker Association, who pays $25,000 at a time to be at or to be sponsors of the events. Now, why would truckers sponsor people who are trafficking kids acting like they're CPS? Well, we know that a lot of kids have been found in trucks with trafficking. At the Super Bowl, they're found in 18-wheelers where multiple men go in and rape the kids for hours, right? So guys, we got to understand that the attorney general does not have the best interest of the people in mind when he also makes money off of stealing the kids. So if the attorney generals who are in a partnership to steal kids are dealing with Donald Trump, who made an executive order saying he wanted high-level attorneys to interfere with kids being taken unnecessarily and trying to make them give full disclosures of the books that tell them how the parents can get their kids back, that the secretaries of state have been hiding, and CPS, Trump was caught in the middle of the biggest scam in this world, where they get kids that end up later on a lot of times getting raped. So you got to realize it was not in the court's best interest or the attorney general's best interest to help Trump win any case. And the Bar Association, 30,000 members in the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, have attorneys and judges in there. So why would a 30,000 member organization who take kids and make money off of it want Trump back in office when he's fighting directly against them stealing kids? That's just PCAPS. Let's keep listening.
Do you go through any sort of process to figure out which ones get priority for investigation?
At times, yes.
Okay, what's that process?
Reading the report and the allegations. If it has a criminal conduct attached to it. And then we read it and triage.
So correct me if I'm wrong, you read through the allegations, and depending on those allegations, the seriousness or severity of the allegations, you might give that particular report a more attention than you might give to a lesser egregious allegation.
Possibly.
Okay. And if there's a criminal element to the alleged conduct, that would factor into your decision-making process. How?
If it has criminal conduct allegations, it may receive a higher triage.
Okay. Similar to what we were just talking about, where, for example, if we have a allegation of child sexual abuse by a caregiver or parent, that might get moved to the top of the stack.
Yes.
And if there's a criminal investigation going hand in hand with that, that might be further impetus to get out there, immediately to sort of move that ahead of everything else.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back now to your core training. I think you already told me in the core training you learned about some investigative techniques, right?
Yes.
You learned about court reports and the sort of information that you're supposed to put in a court report, right?
Yes.
Well, you learned that as an investigator, once you do your investigation, you've got to somehow get that information into court, right?
Yes.
And I presume that you do that through the vehicle of a court report, right?
Yes.
Did they teach you what sorts of information you need to put in those court reports?
Yes.
Okay, what did they teach you?
Overly broad, go ahead.
Dates, participants, allegations, responses to the allegations, any services you provided, any services that were asked for.
I want y'all to realize what she just said, y'all. So these people just said that there are services that are provided. So the same people who make money from stealing your kid and keeping them out of the house without a warrant, with no process that comes from the common law, no warrant, no trial by jury, no nothing, no proof, no verification of allegations, they can drag your case out for a year to get federal funds and get paid off of giving you services. So what they do to most parents is they'll threaten them and say, if you don't do services, you'll never get your kids again. The Arizona legislature put it in, I'm sorry, I think they put it in the statute. I'll have to see. But the way that it goes is doing the services doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll get your kids back, but not doing the services they can use against you to say you don't get your kids back. So they're stealing your kids with no warrants. They have no proof of evil, no proof of harm, no nothing, no verifying nothing. They take your kids and keep them. And then what happens is they turn around and they will sell your kids off and make money through Title 42. And the same people who are saying they're giving you services, which will have you sometimes going for a year doing the same classes over and over again. Then they'll say they couldn't do the class for you. Some got mixed up. You didn't get to get it done. The time ran out. Your person stops hearing that you need to take your services and all this bull crap, and then they steal your kids. So how is it the same person giving you services, right? Because it's a business, they're serving you. How is it the same person giving you services is the same one that has to tell that you didn't do services, but they're also the same ones who make money if you don't do services and they could adopt your kid out, they get even more. Do you not see something wrong with this? Let's keep going.
General conclusion. That's about it.
Okay. When we're looking at responses to the allegations, that element of the report, what are you talking about?
Something the children may have said, something the parents may have said, anybody that you interviewed.
As part of the investigation, what you learned in your core training, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the witnesses that you're required to interview in putting together this report as part of your investigation are the victim, the parents, siblings, others who live in the home, and anyone with knowledge of the allegations, correct?
Yes.
And when you say you're required to interview those people, what do you mean?
You're required to at least make an attempt to contact them.
Okay, so you're not necessarily required to actually talk to them, you're just required to try to talk to them.
If they are available, then you should be talking to them.
Okay. Who makes the decision about which witnesses actually need to be spoken with and which ones we just don't have to worry about immediately?
Mostly the investigator.
So it's left to the discretion of the investigator. It's not her supervisor.
It could be both.
Did they teach you that your court report was an official document?
Yes.
You understood that in 2013 and 2014, that your court report was an official document?
Yes.
That it was an official
ready.
document that would be filed with the court?
It's about to get deep now. Watch
Yes.
this.
Yes.
That a judge somewhere would be reviewing that official document and making decisions based on the information in it?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew all that from your court training?
Yes.
So all throughout your career, even to today, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also trained that for that very reason, because the judge is going to review this and rely on it, for that very reason, it's critical that in their reporting, investigators be truthful, honest, accurate, and complete?
Yes.
You did learn that?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that in 2013 and 2014?
Yes.
And you understand that today?
Yes.
Do you teach your own subordinates that it's critical that the information they put in their court reports is truthful, honest, accurate, and complete?
Yes.
Okay, why?
You're representing to the court what happened, and it needs to be truthful.
Yeah, because the court's going to make some decisions that may have a very direct, immediate, and long-lasting impact on the child and the family, right?
Absolutely.
So it's critical that the court have honest, complete, accurate information, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's also part of the reason, isn't it, that the investigator is required, where possible, to make every effort to go out and actually speak with the witnesses so they can get firsthand information, correct?
Yes.
Did you learn anything in your core training about the constitutional rights that run between parents and children?
Roll. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Or actually, let me back up, because maybe they didn't even cover that. At any point in your career with the agency, have you ever had a training, whether it was core training or some other subsequent training, where the subject matter covered the constitutional rights that run between parents and children, if any?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Constitutional? Like Dave teaches, Josh, affidavit mamas.
I don't recall.
Now let me show y'all what's happening here. This is that good faith stuff I was telling y'all about where they try to act like nobody ever trained them. So when you give them thousands of notices, y'all, we got all these notices and they get into a situation like this and that grand jury comes and they want to act like they don't recall that they got trained in their work and they were just doing things in good faith and they didn't mean to steal your kids. They just thought they were doing the right thing. This is why I hit people with thousands of notices. And this is what's coming down the line when they're going to have to deal with the fact that you couldn't hide everything in a private court. You can't hide everything like you didn't know your job when all of us are coming with that freaking smoke. There is no more running. There's no more playing. What does she not know about? The constitutional protections of parents. Yeah, you want to act like you had good faith intentions to take somebody's kid, but you weren't trained on the Constitution. Well, guess who's going to train you on the Constitution? The people. This is why we're having so much victory, y'all, because they can't say they didn't know anymore. They can't do it. We teach them and show them the truth that the attorney's been hiding. This is that freaking smoke. This is why all the attorneys are mad at me in the nation that comes after me. This is why the deep state is mad, because I'm showing people the same rights they've been hiding for fun so that they can make money in all these different cases. Get ready, y'all. We're about to see victory come by God. Now you're going to hear what she says and you're going to see they're purposely not teaching these people so they'll steal kids. And then they're hiring people with criminal records who don't give a freak about breaking the law because they will steal your kids easier if they got a little bit of ghetto in them where they're criminals. So let's watch, y'all. Let's watch what this lady says. It's going to get even deeper. Get ready now. It's going to turn up.
So you don't remember perhaps in your core training being taught that parents and children have a protected liberty interest in the continued uninterrupted maintenance of their relationship?
I can't recall.
That doesn't sound familiar to you?
Not in core.
How about in some other training? Not in core implies to me that there may be some other training where that did come up. Why don't you go ahead and tell me about
Possible,
that?
yes.
Okay, when was that?
And say around the same time as core, maybe?
So like 2010-ish?
Yes.
Okay. And you have this vague recollection that you had this training about the rights that run between parents and children. You just don't remember specifics.
Correct.
Okay. Why don't you give me generally what you do remember? What are the rights that run between parents and children?
Between parents and children?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't know that I can answer that.
Okay. Have you had any training within...
Hold on, y'all. So wait. So Arizona has people running around snatching people's kids who don't get training on the Constitution, who swear to the Constitution, though. See, they swear that they're going to do the things in the state Constitution. Now he's asking her, hey, you know about the constitutional rights of the parents that you just can't steal their kids? You know, the thing you swore to, right? The legislature, you write in statutes for these people to be able to go take people's kids. You know, that thing you swore to that you'll never take anything, life, liberty, or property without due process of law, jury of your peers, you know, all that stupid stuff. You're letting people go take people's kids, but you're not making sure they're trained to know the rights of the people's kids. Holy moly. So you got a whole system where you're taking people's kids, making $1 billion a year. They take a lot of the money, split it up, then they donate the rest to the general fund, which means the government, the legislature, gets access to that money to be able to do stuff they want to do and, you know, plan little stuff for their friends and give, you know, accounts to their friends to be able to do things. And you're not going to tell everybody that in these programs that you're trampling people's rights in, that there's a constitutional right to not steal your kids, not steal your money, not arrest you for no reason. You have to have, you have to have constitutional protections. So now when he's asking you about constitutional questions, you don't know, but you swore to uphold the Constitution. So now the first thing they run to when you're trying to catch them is, I didn't have training in that. I didn't know. How was I supposed to know? See, guys, this is how the scam keeps going. We keep running to people, asking them to save us. We go to committees rather than making affidavits and getting them arrested. This is why all these trolls are mad at me about the affidavits. Because I'm not going to the committees. I'm not trying to sit in the same courts that are raping us and keep going and begging them. I'm teaching the world so we all know at the same time exactly what they're doing. And then I'm bringing PCAPS. I want to thank Mike for hating on me and trying to make up lies about me with these same trolls, because you reminded me of this stuff. Now I'm bringing that smoke, bro. I'm back on it now. You're about to help me take down CPS nationwide for all their fraud and evil, and it's game on. But let's listen to some more, guys. Because see, these guys said David did this and David did that on unverified documents that they won't swear to. And Michael and his dirty attorneys will go into sealed cases, find stuff that I've never even seen before, and pass it to y'all like I did wrong. But then nobody really swears to it as an affidavit. Nobody knows the Constitution. They just lie. And then they take those lies and use them against parents. And then if you tell on them, like the lady who got 144 years, they want to give her in prison now, they make up these long, crazy prison sentences to just scare you and make everybody think you're such a bad person, but they never verified in the first place. And they're not telling everybody that they use legislative tribunals that are administrative to take all of their evidence to prosecute you with later. So if they want to prosecute you for telling on them, they'll just say, look, this person tried to kill their kid. This person just did this because CPS said so. So now we're going to prosecute you because you're telling. See, guys, this is how the dirty game works. They don't prosecute people who acted up in government, but they'll prosecute you if you tell on them for stealing your kids and setting your kids up to get raped in different houses and all these bad things happen. This is what they do. I'm just giving y'all that real life smoke. So y'all see this lady out of her own mouth telling, and they say, David ain't showing no fraud. Look, he don't show nothing. He just talking. Okay, I'm just talking, but she's telling you she steal the kids, never check. They're supposed to make sure things are factually true, but she can't tell you what the Constitution says, what rights you have, why she's not supposed to take your kids, why she's using allegations from people. Y'all know in the real world, in a court of record, you can't make allegations to take anything from anybody. You have to prove it by a jury of your peers first. So why aren't they proving with juries of peers that people have hurt their kids or shot somebody or killed somebody? So then you can take the kid because there's nowhere for the kid to go if there's no family. You're just going to bypass the whole constitutional system, make allegations, give it to the attorney general who know dang well what the state constitution says, but y'all going to bypass it where y'all make $1 billion a year. And you're not going to tell the people in the world that you're making billions of dollars off of stealing the kids. You're going to just act like a parent did something bad. And you're going to do it to them one at a time, separate them from their family so they have nobody to speak for them. Tell them if they go on the news, you're going to arrest them. But God is letting everybody see at the same time what these people do, and they're hiding in courts, guys. So you're probably going to find that this court case was won, but then the court is going to seal the evidence. So you'll never see stuff like this. You'll never know that this chick had to pay out money, and then the state can keep on doing it because they sealed it. That's what you're probably going to find. But guys, we got to understand that the truth is, these people have been doing this for years, and God is blowing their back out and they're getting caught. So I'm going to give y'all some more word from this lady. Let her give some more PCAPS on herself.
Let's just say from 2014 forward, have you had any training that you recall that addressed this issue, the constitutional rights that run between parents and children?
No.
So I just want to make sure I've got this clear and correct. The only training that you vaguely remember that might have touched on the issue of the constitutional rights that run between parents and children was back in 2010, right?
Yeah.
And you don't remember the specifics of that training?
No.
You also don't remember the rights, anything about the rights that run between parents and children?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever been trained, and when I ask this question, have you ever been trained, I mean from core training all the way through today, have you ever been trained that a warrant or court order is required if we're going to remove a child from the custody of its parents in non-emergency circumstances? Do you understand the question?
No.
Okay. Do you know what imminent danger means?
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean?
The child is at immediate risk of harm.
What kind of harm?
You have to form, Greg, go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm talking about when I say what kind of harm?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, for example, my kids, they fight a lot. They argue, they do things. And, you know, my daughter might push my son down and he gets a scraped knee. So he's got some harm. His knee is scraped. Is that the type of harm that you're talking about when we're talking about imminent danger, a scraped knee?
Not usually, no.
Okay, but you understand the context of the question, right? When we're talking about harm, there's a continuum somewhere between, you know, low-level scraped knee and a child that's being sexually abused, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, on that continuum between the low-level scraped knee and the sex abuse, is there some cutoff there that comes into play when we're talking about imminent danger of harm?
Every case is different.
Okay. So the child with the scraped knee, he could be in imminent danger.
He could, depending on how it happened.
Okay. His sister pushed him off his skateboard.
Not in that aspect, no.
Okay. How do we go about determining, based on your training, how do we go about determining whether or not that scraped knee is sufficient to classify this child as being in imminent danger and risk of harm?
There's a lot of factors that play into it.
Give me some of them. It's certainly not just your gut feeling, right?
No.
Okay, well, let's hear some of the factors.
If a child told you that mom or dad may have pushed them down during an argument, depending on the situation, that might rise to the level.
Does it matter when this argument happened? Like, for example, argument happened 3 weeks ago. Child tells you, 3 weeks ago, mom and dad had an argument, and I got pushed down, scraped my knee. Does the timing matter in your analysis about whether or not now, when you're out at the home investigating, the child's in imminent danger or risk of harm?
It varies. There could be other things that are going on that day or that time that you take into account.
Like what sorts of other things?
Like maybe the arguing's continued. Maybe there's new allegations. Maybe the child has new injuries. It just varies so much.
Have you ever been taught in any of your trainings from core to today that in order to remove a child from the custody of its parents, you must have reasonable and articulable evidence to show that the child is in immediate danger of sustaining severe bodily injury or death in the time it would take to obtain a warrant? Have you ever been taught that or anything like it?
In obtaining a warrant,
Can I have the question reread, please?
Have you ever been taught in any of your trainings from core to today that in order to remove a child from the custody of its parents, you must have reasonable and articulable evidence to show the child is in immediate danger of sustaining severe bodily injury or death in the time it would take to obtain a warrant? Have you ever been taught that or anything like it?
to obtain a warrant, no.
Have you ever yourself in your entire career with the state of Arizona sought a warrant to
No.
remove a child?
No.
So I guess it would follow then that you've never obtained one either, right?
Correct.
Has anybody ever instructed you, whether it be a supervisor, a trainer, a teacher at one of these courses that you took, has anybody ever advised you that it is impermissible to remove a child from the custody of its parents unless there is evidence to suggest that child is in immediate danger of sustaining severe bodily injury or death?
Can you repeat the question?
Has anybody
I
ever?
want y'all to see why Professor Clements wants us to believe that warrants don't mean anything. They've been stealing our cars, stealing our grandma, stealing our houses, stealing our kids, stealing our dogs with no warrant. So guys, you see that warrants are important. It's actually impermissible. You are not allowed to take somebody's kids without a warrant. They took David Jose's kids without a warrant. This same lady signed off on the paperwork, y'all. And she never checked to see if stuff was true. She just told y'all she don't do that. She already was in trouble before she got to me. Already was in trouble. And she still practiced the wrong thing, took my kids without a warrant because she's telling you here, she knows she didn't know that she had to have a warrant, right? This is January 19th, 2016. My kids didn't get taken into 2000, or they didn't get into a case with me into 2017. So how is it she's here telling that she don't know nothing about warrants? I didn't know that. And the state can cover this up that she's doing this. But then right now, I can tell you that in 2017, she allowed one of them documents to be passed forth that was called a pickup order, said it was a warrant and it wasn't, and signed off on it for my kids to be picked up. No warrant. The legislature didn't tell them they had to get a warrant. The Bar Association members didn't tell them they have to get a warrant. But this guy, the Bar Association member, is checking the heck out of her about not using a warrant. She's saying she didn't know on January 19th, 2016. So then why the next year, in 2017, do you still not know how to use a warrant? So you took thousands of kids and you never used a warrant? Well, if you didn't do lawful process and you never used a warrant, and the attorney is telling you now that that's not lawful process, and you had to pay out a lawsuit because you did this, when you take stuff from people by breaking the law and not using the right process, don't that mean you got to give it back? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm just asking y'all. Here y'all go.
Instructed you, whether it be a supervisor, a trainer, a teacher, at one of these courses that you took, has anybody ever advised you that it is impermissible to remove a child from the custody of its parents unless there is evidence to suggest that child is in immediate danger of sustaining severe bodily injury or death?
Yes.
Okay, when did that happen? The training. You're referencing some training, right? When was that training?
During core.
During core. And what did they teach you during core about how it's impermissible to remove a child from the custody of its parents without getting a warrant unless the child's in immediate danger of suffering severe bodily injury or death? What did they teach you?
I'm not sure I understand what impermissible means.
Well, you can't do it.
Okay.
You can't do it without a warrant. You can't remove a child without a warrant unless you've got evidence to show that child is likely to suffer severe bodily injury or death in the time it would take you to get a warrant. That's what I mean.
Can you rephrase the question?
I'm not really sure how I can. I mean, you've already told me that in your core training you learned something about this concept, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn?
We don't obtain warrants.
You don't obtain warrants. And they specifically told you that in your core training? You guys don't need to obtain warrants?
Correct. We do not obtain warrants.
Okay. Did they tell you that?
Wah, wah, wah. They told this chick in training her, these dirty bar members who teach the law, they told her, we don't get warrants, screw the Constitution, screw everybody's rights. We just run right past it. We don't do it. Screw that. Guys, the Lord is great and wonderful. I sing, not well, but I sing a new song. God is good. So this chick tells y'all in a deposition, well, and notice they don't do like Professor Clements and Nick Masseter. They don't get on a show with somebody and let them say things that's not sworn under the penalty of perjury. This chick had to swear under the penalty of perjury, and her anus just showed that they told that they don't get warrants, but she also admitted that they told there are some constitutional protections that parents have, but she ain't giving a freak about that. She ain't giving a, you see now why the attorney general won't prosecute CPS. You see now why the legislature won't go after CPS and the judges won't go after CPS. They're all working together, and the bar association members are telling them, you could just snatch people's kids. Screw the Constitution, screw a warrant. We don't get those. We're bosses. We just take your kids because we want to. Every kid they took them without warrants. They literally stole the kids. The law, common law, says you can't take anything from somebody without a warrant, life, liberty, or property. He just said you have a liberty interest over your kids. Wonder why we give everybody an affidavit? Whoop, whoop. I don't care if you ignore my affidavit, we gonna come back around the corner and you gonna have 1,000 affidavits. I want you to explain to the grand jury how you were not trained, that you could not tell my kid what to do in school and force him to wear a mask. I want you to tell me, yeah, that liar Mike actually made me remember all this. I said, oh shoot, this is good. This is great. I forgot about those cases and all this stuff. Let me bring these PCAPS. See, I was so focused on everybody else's cases and winning, that helping everybody win, that I forgot about my own situation. I literally did, I wasn't focused on it. So it made me remember all the PCAPS I had and all the smoke. So I'm like, oh shoot, let me do it. Let me put this out here. So guys, listen, this chick knows that they don't get warrants, and y'all know that there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of kids they've been taking every single year, make $1 billion a year. People have been trying to tell the legislature ignores. People try to tell the court ignores. A lot of people gave up, some of them killed themselves. I just said, I believe in God, I trust God, I'm gonna take down the whole thing. By God, he's gonna let me do it, let's party. So now y'all can see that they've never had testimony that they verified in most cases to take people's kids. That's why most of them are not in jail. But when you tell on them, they'll try to make a warrant for you, try to arrest you, because they don't want the truth to come out that they've been trafficking. But the attorney right here is showing by the law that you can't take kids without a warrant, which means you're trafficking. And the law that created CPS said you can't take kids. Nothing in this act shall be construed as authorizing any federal officer, representative, agent to take charge of any child over the objection of either of the parents or person standing in local parentage of such child. So they were stealing the children the whole time. So this is why we give them notice, and people say, you know what, I just don't care. David, we don't believe in you, and you're never going to get the thing out, and you're never going to. I'm like, just watch, bro. Just watch. I'm not coming to play. By God, if I'm going at this thing, I'm going 100 miles per hour. I'm not slowing down. So now you guys see out of their own words, though, this woman in 2016 knew now that she's not supposed to take kids without a warrant, but she stole mine in 2017 without a warrant. Can somebody explain that? Can somebody explain that? This guy, Michael, is over there making videos saying I did stuff that's never verified with 5 different stories that they hid, and I proved it in the Supreme Court of Arizona. I got it right there on the record. Supreme Court tried to hide it. Funny how I sent private correspondence to the Supreme Court justice, spoke with him one day, and now he's retired too. He said he was going to retire. He didn't really retire and go to another state. He quit too. So the CPS head guy quit. This guy, the Supreme Court guy, quit. Seemed like every time I give somebody straight up notice, they just don't want to be there no more. Kind of funny. All right, let's keep going, guys. This is going to get even better. Watch this.
Anywhere else other than court training?
Standard practice in our department, we do not obtain warrants.
What do you mean standard? You mean it's standard practice in your department not to obtain warrants?
Yes, we do not obtain warrants.
And what do you mean when you say standard practice?
I'm not aware of any time any caseworker has ever got a warrant to remove a child.
And as a supervisor now, you've never told your subordinates that, hey, you guys, or some words to the effect, hey, you guys, we need to get a warrant to remove these kids unless they're in immediate danger of sustaining severe bodily injury or death. You yourself have never told your subordinates that.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you've never told your subordinates that is because as a matter of practice and policy in your agency, your position is you don't need a warrant, right?
No, we do not need a warrant.
Okay, ever.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Just make sure I'm clear on this, because when I say ever, yeah, I agree, that's a little bit broad. Might even be vague and ambiguous. I'm not sure I understood it. Let me just clear it up. Am I correct that, at least with respect to your understanding as a supervisor within the agency, there are no circumstances under which one of your investigators would ever need to get a warrant to remove a child from the custody of its parents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so I'm correct in that statement.
That we do not obtain a warrant.
Can I have the question reread, please?
Am I correct that at least with respect to your understanding as a supervisor within the agency, there are no circumstances under which one of your investigators would ever need to get a warrant to remove a child from the custody of its parents?
Is that a correct statement?
Yes, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You guys mind if we take a quick break? I've been sort of plowing
Okay.
through these. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, but that court report, that's a document that it's important that it's truthful, honest, accurate, and complete, because it's going to get filed with the court and a judge is going to rely on it in making decisions.
Yes.
Okay. The information in the CSRA does not itself get filed with the court, right? You don't like run a report from CSRA and file that with the court.
That's correct.
Am I correct then that it is also, for the same reasons, it is also critically important that the information the investigator inserts into the CSRA case notes is also truthful, honest, accurate, and complete?
Yes.
Okay. And when we say complete, what does that mean?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Okay. You just testified that it's important, in fact critically important, that the investigator insert into their case notes information that's truthful, honest, accurate, and complete. Okay, we just talked about that. What I'm wondering is, in your concept, what do we mean when we say it has to be complete?
For investigations, it is the information that you have at the time.
Okay. Information you have at the time. That's all information that you have at the time, right?
Yes.
We can't leave things out.
Correct.
We can't cherry pick. You know what cherry pick means, right? Okay, we file a petition. That's done by the AG's office after the investigating worker signs the affidavit, right? That's the petition.
Can you reread that?
I want to say to you guys real quick, this is in 2016, right? When I saw what this woman did, I purposely added information to be given to prove that my kids had no issues from a doctor who is a mandated reporter who goes to church with us, where they checked the kids to make sure they were all good, even on video with the preacher there, and affidavits were sworn and presented to these people. And I have the picture of giving it to the investigator, and he decided to not turn it in under this supervisor, him and another lady. So they still, in 2017, were suppressing and hiding evidence. And the caseworker on my case actually had a criminal history, a record for not turning in evidence. She hid evidence in the case. Let's go.
Okay, so we file a petition. That's done by the AG's office after the investigative worker signs the affidavit, right? That's the petition.
The petition is drafted. It goes to the AG. The AG reviews it, adds the allegations to it, comes back. The case manager reads it, corrects it if necessary. If there are no changes needed, then it is signed with a verification with an affidavit.
You said the case manager reads it and corrects it? Is that the same person as the investigator?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the investigator who's been assigned the case reads it, reviews it, if changes or corrections are needed, makes those changes and corrections, then signs the affidavit.
Yes.
Okay. Then the same person, the investigator, drafts up their initial report, right? What do we call that thing? Their preliminary protective hearing report.
Yes.
Okay. Those get filed with the court to open a court case, right?
To open a court case, no.
Okay, well, do you at least have to file the petition to open a court case?
The petition opens the court case.
Okay, and then some point after the petition, you file the preliminary protective hearing report.
Yes.
That's done by the same person, the investigator.
Yes.
Okay. Does the investigator then actually go and appear in court?
Yes.
Okay. And depending on what the court does, an ongoing worker may or may not get assigned to the case. Is that right?
If you're depending on the court, yes, that could be possible.
Okay, so for example, in a case that gets dismissed, say the court says, yeah, there's nothing here, dismiss the case. We wouldn't get an ongoing worker because the case is dismissed, right?
Correct.
And it'd just be over.
Yes.
Okay. If the court says, oh yeah, hey, there's something here we need to investigate further, have a full hearing and perhaps a trial, in that circumstance, would you get an ongoing worker?
Yes.
And presumably, when they're reading the case notes and the CSRA, the ongoing workers are going to rely on what's there to also be truthful, honest, accurate, and complete, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for the same reason as with respect to the court reports, isn't it also critically important that the information contained in the CSRA and the case notes, both of those, is truthful, honest, accurate, and complete?
I can't answer that whole question.
So it's okay if some of it's not truthful, honest, accurate, or complete? I don't understand. Where are you having trouble? Why
Complete.
can't you answer? Okay. The CSRA is a summary. It may not be complete, right?
Not only the CSRA, however, your entire file may not be complete because throughout the case, you are still getting stuff from maybe providers, maybe additional police reports. So I can't tell you that a case is complete at this point because you are still always gathering information.
Okay, but at a finite point in time, based on the information the investigator knows at that point in time, the data in the case notes should be truthful, honest, accurate, and complete. We're not talking about stuff coming in a week or two from now. We're talking about at a cutoff point in time. Should be complete, shouldn't it? Everything that you know as an investigator should be there at that point in time.
Should be in there? Yes.
Okay. And part of the reason it should be in there is so that people that come onto the case later, after perhaps the investigator is no longer involved in the case, they're going to go back and they're going to look at those case notes and rely on those case notes.
There's many factors of that.
Let me try this. Back in your core training, that 12 to 16 weeks of core training that you had, did they have any session in the training that related to the case notes?
Yes.
In that session that related to case notes, did they teach you that workers that came onto a case after the initial worker would be reviewing those case notes for information about the case?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that training, they told you that those ongoing workers and people that come later that are reviewing the case notes in the case, they're going to rely on the information in those case notes to be true.
Yes.
And complete.
Yes.
And that's why we're supposed to put everything in there at the time we know it. Did you understand that last question, ma'am?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give me an answer?
Everything that you know at that point should go into your CSRA. However, you may have information that you may not have a hard copy of yet that still needs to go into your file, but you have that information.
And that would go into the case notes, not necessarily the CSRA.
It depends. If your case is still open and you have not had your CSRA approved by a supervisor, you can still add it to the CSRA. If it comes in after, for lack of a better term, I want to say that the case is locked down because it's been approved, then it would go into a case note.
But if we're looking at both data sets together, the CSRA and the case notes, taking them as a whole, we should see complete information.
As long as it was available to the investigator.
At that time.
At that time.
Right. Okay. Have you ever heard the term exculpatory information?
Yes.
In what context?
Court.
In the context of your training regarding court reports?
I'm not sure it was in regards to specifically a court report.
Okay. In the context of your training, whether it be core training or any training that you've had with the agency, have you received any training about any obligations that you may have in relation to exculpatory evidence or exculpatory information?
Go ahead and answer.
Can you define exculpatory?
Oh, let me ask, do you know, as you sit here today, what the word exculpatory means?
I can't say that I do, for sure.
Okay. Do you have an inkling, an idea, an estimation?
No, I'm not going to guess.
Okay. So you couldn't even give me a shot at it without guessing?
No, not at this point.
Okay. What do you call information that would undermine the allegations in a petition that you would file? What would you call that type of information?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you know what exonerate means?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
It means some information was provided to find the facts not true.
Okay. And what would you call information that would cast doubt on, not necessarily show that they weren't true, but cast doubt on the truth or veracity of certain facts? What would you call that information?
I don't know that I have a name for it.
Okay. Have you ever been trained by the agency that you have an obligation in the context of your reporting to the court to not just provide the court the information that would show the allegations to be true, but also to provide the information that would undermine the truth of the allegations.
You are to provide the court with the facts of the case, along with the other information that you have.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, when we're talking about being complete in your reporting, that would include both the information you've discovered that supports the allegations and the information that would show the allegations are not true. You're required to provide both of those elements to the court.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so now you guys get the chance to see what's happening in the real world. Guys, I can prove 100%, nobody can deny what I say. I can prove that this woman and another actor who had a record for hiding evidence worked on the case of mine that was in a legislative tribunal, CPS court. And you could go and see the actual documents that they presented themselves into the case and see where they changed the story when I caught them with another story that was given to me. So there was one story that they used. They had a record with the Attorney General's office of a guy wearing a wire that worked for them with 3 other stories on it. They hid the story, 3 other stories, wanted to use the first one, but then somebody made a mistake and gave me access to the second allegation that conflicted with the first. And they changed the story to that one and then removed this one out of the report and tried to just act like it never changed, but forgot to change at the bottom where they say that they re-interviewed the person and the story never changed. They got caught. 3 months later, you can go look at my Supreme Court case that Michael don't want to show everybody the complete thing. I heard he gave out part of it. He didn't give out the, he cut out the exhibits that actually show everything I say with the real PCAP action. He cut that out. But what happens is it gets really deep because I can show you guys where they change the documents because they knew that the accuser was lying on me. So in order to take my kids, they hid stories, covered it up, and then they're in the courtroom, the legislative tribunal room, and the judge asked, hey, so why won't you give these parents the evidence you have so we can have a real case with, you know, that's impartial? And then the judge said, the first week, she said, you need to get these parents the information so they know what the freak they're dealing with. They don't know what's even going on. You need to give it to them. The next week, we came back, they still didn't give it. So she told them they need to have it to us by the next week. They never gave it for 3 months. But she said, I just told you last week to give these parents the evidence. Why didn't you do it? This guy straight up said this, and there was media people and an agent in the freaking room. And it's all over the place. When this thing comes down, if they want to do something and they want to give a real trial and y'all are watching and they don't try to hide out the evidence like they always try to do, they're going to fall completely. Because here's what happens. You can't use the record of the administrative court inside of a prosecution. So the thing is, in a court of record. So the thing is, you're going to find is the people who are making money get to write the report, but they never use a warrant. So they broke the law to take the kids. They lie. They changed the record, right? And Michael, thinking that he was hurting me, showed me yesterday that he had a copy of the record that came from a portal that they create that was different than the words in the actual documents that you can see. You can see in the Supreme Court. So I realized they were working in a private court. I put all of it in the Supreme Court where it'll be on the public record forever. Michael gave y'all part of the documents and hid the freaking exhibits from y'all to show that everything I said was true. He hid the PCAPS. But wait, there's more. So these people stole the kids, stole thousands and thousands and thousands of kids. In 2016, she says she don't know if she knew. But then in 2017, she stole my kids without a warrant, still doing the same thing, still knowing that we have constitutional rights. Did it anyway. I demanded in that court a court of record. The judge said, no, yelled at me. No, you can't have a court of record. Okay, so as one of the people, I can't have a court of record. You gonna bring me through this fake court, this legislative tribunal? So when people say David quit his case and just left, I withdrew from a legislative case and took everything into a court of record and said, now let's play ball in real life. Come fight me here. Open your mouth and swear to what the freak you said. Nobody wanted to come. And the Supreme Court allowed them to not answer, which you can't tell somebody they can't answer a claim. So then later on, the Supreme Court justice found out I set them up. He's not working there anymore. At the same time, I put stuff in the state court and I showed y'all, and Michael showed y'all the case. Then I showed y'all the document from the process server saying that he didn't even work there no more. So the CPS agency is hiding the truth. The legislature don't want to hear stuff, and their attorneys hid the remonstrance that I tried to give them. And I got the PCAPS for that too. I'll show y'all where he hides it. Then later on, people in the legislature find out what really happened and what went on. Y'all know I actually teach people in the legislature now. You don't want the smoke. For real. I've shown everything I freaking said. Anybody who right now who think they can challenge me or doubt me, like, you really should learn. I don't freaking go halfway. Like, I got it all. And other people got it all. So if you kill me, we still gonna get you. Don't worry. You're not running. Y'all been trafficking kids in Arizona CPS. The cops have been helping them and they get paid for every pickup. The legislature has helped them. The attorney general has helped them in this scam, bypassing people's rights, and y'all thought nobody would ever knew. I made a promise to y'all in January of 2017, I think it was. I told y'all, you can take my kids if you want to. You can steal them. You got guns, you got power, you can do what you want to do. But I made a promise. I'm going to tear down your whole system, show everything you did. You are going to collapse. By God, I am not playing. I'm not playing. And this woman knew the law because it was in 2016 when she was getting her butt handed to her right here on this video. She didn't meet me she didn't deal with my case in 2017. So guys, this is the real truth. This is how you step up to the deep state face to face. Now, if they want that smoke, they can get some more. But guys, remember that the Kennedy lady who came from Michael's page has been working with the traffickers for a long time and tried to present to y'all that she just came from over there and she heard some stuff. And then I showed y'all where she's actually been doing this for a very long time with the same group of traffickers. And I put her picture up showing that I showed it to you already. And she came on and got caught trying to be slick with a funny name when I showed you her Twitter page. She tried to work to go after everybody who's standing up against this stuff. They all work together. They all work together. So guys, this is what's happening in America. They've been stealing your kids, making money off of them. They've been running game. And when you try to come after them, guys, they try to say, oh, you're just a disgruntled parent that mad that you lost your kid in a court case. The judge took your kids. There was no judge there. It's a Title 42 program. Title 42, 674. Let me just show these PCAPS so I don't say something, right? Let me just show y'all something. We're going to look at Title 42, 674, payment to states. So y'all know that I'm not just making up stuff, right? I'm going to show y'all the real PCAPS. I'm going to show y'all the real smoke. I'm going to show y'all the real truth that these people don't want you to know. That's why they come here and say, don't listen to this guy, please. Don't just listen to what he's saying. Yeah, I bet you don't want them to listen to me because they're going to see that real truth. Everybody watch. It's going to get heavy. So when the screen pops up and you guys can see what I have on the screen, let me know. You should be able to see 674 payment to states. And they're going to try to act like they're in a court. So you have a civil court and you have a criminal court. The CPS court is neither. I'm going to show you the constitution of the CPS court as it is created from the program. So we look here, Title 42, 674, payment to states. And we're going to go down here. And we're going to see who's getting money back off of this situation when they provide services. Watch this. 75% of so much of such expenditures, including travel and per diem expenses, as are for the short-term training of current or prospective foster or adoptive parents or relative guardians, the members of the staff of state licensed or state-approved child care institutions providing care. So the family members who might have the kids, or the prospective foster parent, or the state licensed foster care entities, right? Child care institutions, or state licensed or state approved child welfare agencies providing services. See, they were talking about them services. They get to get money back, guys. They get to get money off of this system. Who else is getting paid? To children receiving assistance under the part, so the children can, and members of the staff. So they're hiring the whole staff of the court, and they're creating a new term. Watch this. Staff of abuse and neglect courts. Where in your constitutions do you guys have something called abuse or neglect court? I see an appeals court. I see a Supreme Court, sometimes superior or district court. Where do you get a abuse and neglect court? All these people getting the money. Watch this. And members of the staff of abuse and neglect courts. They're hiring the whole staff. Agency attorneys, attorneys representing children or parents, guardian ad litem, the people who come in against you, they're getting paid too, or other court-appointed special advocates, CASA, representing children in proceedings of such courts. That's a new type of court. In ways that increase the ability of such current or prospective parents, guardians, staff members, institutions, attorneys, and advocates to provide support and assistance to foster and adopted children and children living with relative guardians, whether incurred directly by the state or by contract. It's a big old money scheme, and you ain't it. You ain't in it. Guys, these people are working together in scams to take your kids. The courts are getting hired together and getting money. The judges are involved with the courts. They're getting money. They're acting like they are in court. They're really in legislative tribunals. The Bar Association is running game on this whole thing. The attorneys on both sides are stealing your kids with no constitution. The Attorney General's office is helping them write documents to steal your kids with no warrant, with no constitution. They are lying and stealing people's kids for funds all over the nation. All over the nation, and they all get paid from your Social Security money. They're not telling you. They're just saying your Social Security money is disappearing. Why is it disappearing? Because they're stealing it by taking your kids without due process, without warrants, without constitutional protections, without a jury of your peers. They just don't do that because that's their policy. So you guys see that they're trafficking kids all around the nation. They're trafficking kids all around the nation, everybody's kids. When they remove your kids from your house and put them somewhere else, trafficking kids. Yeah, why are CPS judges wearing robes to act like they're in judicial courts? To deceive you. Why do they have you fighting assumptions and presumptions as if you really did it without prosecuting you with the jury? Games, simulated legal process. They have taken thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of kids across America for billions of dollars, billions upon billions, hundreds of billions. And nobody wanted to tell you. This is why God prepares you for a time such as this. This is why they don't want Trump ever coming back. This is why they don't want you knowing that Trump made an executive order to go after these people, and they're not talking about it anymore. Trump was trying to protect people who had their kids taken unlawfully. Trump was a big target. They knew about the notices that we gave to Trump and them. They knew. The woman, Connie, actually came when we tried to report to the federal legislature to tell them what was done wrong. Connie came there, and then she tried to use her friend to try to make another law. She helped with a new law to add more money to parents' attorneys and stuff like that, and to stop them from taking kids and keeping them at home more. But the same lady was there in the room when we were dropping smoke. She tried to come in, interfere. Guys, this is the real deal stuff, and we're going against the real deep state. I don't give a darn. I'm ready for all the smoke. We're going to shut this thing down. By God, I have full trust, full belief. But guys, I wanted to show you guys what happens in the real world as we fight against dirty CPS actors. I wanted to show you the agents that are hired, like Michael and Miko, and the attorneys that work with them and try to put stuff together in order to stop people from seeing the truth. Guys, I think we should put these people on notice nationwide. We should get with some of these powerful conservative news people, get this video out, and let people see what's really freaking happening around the nation and stop it. Because this is actually a lady telling what she did out of her own mouth, and I have firsthand knowledge of where they did it in my case. And I got other people who got firsthand knowledge of where Arizona CPS did the same thing, hid evidence, lied, made up stuff. And I can show y'all all at the same time. They make $1 billion a year in this movement. And they're losing kids to traffickers. 88% of the kids found in trafficking came directly from CPS and foster care. This ain't a game, right? So I'm down for all the smoke. People think, do you think we should allow her to expose herself in chat? Who? But anyway, guys, I want to thank you guys for all coming on. This video is going to be yours. The deep state tried to bring that smoke. I connected all the dots. I showed y'all where this CPS dad dude, along with all his agents and all this information they got, came from. Never verified, never the truth. If they try to arrest me, they'll only try to arrest me because I'm exposing it and I'm blowing their back out. But we can easily see with the evidence that I have on the Supreme Court record that it was all a lie. My uncle through marriage already came out and he told, oh yeah, the person who accused you, they told the whole family that she lied, right? She just didn't want to go to homeschool, so she lied. She was mad, she lied. She did the same thing a couple of years before. She did the same thing to 2 people before I came in the freaking mix. So that's just what she gets down with. But anyway, guys, if y'all want to do a notice and y'all want to bring that smoke, we can. I kind of let some of this stuff go. I was working on my stuff to help people with the election fraud and other stuff, getting audits and all that. But guys, there you go. The real truth. Anybody can make up anything about what some caseworker says about me, guys. And if you're stupid enough to believe that junk after you've seen the lady say herself, they just believe in whatever the worker says and they don't verify it and all this stuff, and you got to be dumb. If you don't want to be around, you can leave. I don't give a freak. You're going to win with or without you because it's about God. But the thing is, this guy is like, I'm going to show you guys documents that say that David did this. Bruh, stop. But that was cute, though. That was a nice try. Then they tried to bring Kennedy, who'd been working with them for years. She tried to trick y'all like she didn't know that she was part of the trafficking system. And I popped that picture in there real quick. She got real quiet, didn't she? Oh, I'm just somebody who came from Michael's page, and I just saw where he said you did this. Is that true? Clown. Back your anus up. You sound like a joker. Let me show you. Here you go right here. What about that? Right? So all this dad versus CPS, learning from from David Straight, learning from me, using my videos to prop himself up and gain trust. He never knew how to get kids back. He never helped anybody to get kids back. He snuck his little slithering butt into this movement, got our stuff because we were nice enough to give him the ability to share it. Got millions of views after he learned from David Straight and started sharing my stuff, and people see it all over the place. Then after he gained trust, he's going to work with the same dirty dogs that he brought in the beginning. I told David Straight, why you love this dude? This dude seemed like a snake. You didn't see him on the video inviting all the trolls to cause commotion and start fights when parents are telling about how they had their kids stolen. He's letting trolls dog them out and say stuff about him and post fake articles on his page. No real trooper is going to give these clowns who are traffickers and they know it a platform to freaking dog out parents who hurting, who kids get raped. The attorney Artie came from that same page, came here trying to act like, oh, it just popped up in my page. I told somebody to go check. Hey, did he subscribe to me? Yep, verified, he subscribed. The dude came, I showed y'all the picture from Dad versus CPS. The attorney is the same one who gave him all the documents to go after David Strait, somebody fighting to stop junk from CPS. Dad versus CPS was going after Kirk Pendergrass, somebody who was trying to fight to stop CPS from taking kids. Are you not understanding what's happening here? They are all coming together to stop everybody who fights CPS. That's what the real purpose is. The real purpose is for these deep state clowns to fake and act like they're independent, and they're just coming and attacking you here and there, when really they all work with a 2000 group of a group of 2,000 people who helped Epstein the first time to quash all the remarks about him trafficking. So they'll come and say, oh, that's conspiracy theories, blah, blah. And nobody knew they were all working together. They got a group of 2,000 people on Facebook. The FBI said that's who they were. So you can play, you can do the mask mandate in Bunton School. We are winning. Thank you, Dave. Oh, that's DJ 5150. Me and him had a fight before. And let's see. I'm currently at work reading water meters, and a guy I turned on to Dave a month ago came out of his house and thanked me because he took Dave's info and got the AG in Copper County MO to lift. So I'm thinking talking about the mask mandate. Now, guys, this is funny because somebody said something negative about me to DJ 5150, and he's a real man. He actually jumped. I said, man, make a video if you serious. If you pissed at me, make a video. I respect you. Dude made a video, couple of videos, and he was real as heck. So me and him talked, and then he said, oh, shoot, Dave, I made a mistake by what somebody said. I checked your videos, and I clearly see that wasn't you. My bad. That's a real man, y'all. A real man stand up against garbage, but if he finds out he's wrong, he tells that he's wrong. But look at how powerful this man is. This man has told somebody else what to do with our stuff, and now he's giving testimony that and man, not only seen his posting for like the last couple of months, so it couldn't have been too long ago, but now he's teaching other people using the stuff after somebody was hating on me in the beginning, and me and him had a little spit spat. But that's how real men get down. We'll have a little problem if there's an issue. If a person apologizes and make it right, then we good. Like, drop that junk. We learn how to be bosses. So that guy is doing some studying the law. He's doing powerful things, and I'm thankful to God for that. I'm thankful to God that he was strong enough to come at me the way he did, and that he was strong enough to make a video, because he's not some fake hider that just make up stuff and hide and never come with no PCAPS. Dude came hard. I was like, cool, I can respect that. I love that. So anyway, guys, God is good. God has given us the victory. We are winning. We are having powerful things happen all over the nation, and ain't nobody stopping us, y'all. So get this word out to everybody. Get these PCAPS out. Let everybody see that this clown, Dad versus CPS, working with trolls, and got caught all day and night. Got caught. Different agents were coming on the video, got caught. The attorney, Artie, who never told us a name, hiding his name, running all around the place. Then I say, what's your name, Artie? First and last name. Sam. After a while, after I kept asking. So his name is Sam, but his page is Artie, right? And he came here acting like he wasn't connected to anybody. And then we find out he's connected to the dirty dogs who just sent stuff about David Strait, and the same lady Kennedy who sent stuff. They're all a team, y'all. It is deep. It is true. It is fire. They got that business. They just lost. Patrick said, I feel bad for promoting Dad versus CPS. Dad versus CPS just pushed our stuff. That's all. But they lost, y'all. We just got the victory. That smoke is in. My friends and family are over, guys. They're screaming in the background and playing, acting like orangutans. But it's all good. God is good. We get the victory. We take on the deep state, head up, and we showed that they are lying. We showed the PCAPS. We showed Dad versus CPS sending these clowns to my page, trying to fake to y'all like they're not the deep state. I showed y'all they're connected to Clinton. I showed y'all they helped make the law to freaking take kids from people, and then got big groups but never tell people that the kids got freaking taken by the program they created. And how to win is one thing. You say, help make the law, just fix it. So the funny thing, guys, you see they'll send attorneys from another state. This attorney came here and said, hey, y'all, David Jose, you're not that important. I was at work and this just popped up on my screen. First of all, you at work stealing because you're on the screen. Number two, you try to act like I'm not that important, but you subscribe to me and you've been following me. Number three, you say that what I teach ain't right in the law and I'm nobody special, but then you're all the way in New Jersey or New York at work, following my page, looking at what I do, trying to challenge me, and you tried to challenge David Straight along with Michael Cadena, and you gave Michael Cadena records to go after David Straight. Why do you care so much about everybody who's not even in your freaking state? Bruh. All right, y'all. Smoke laid out, junk drop, like a boss. They get that business. By God, you don't want it. Get the freak out of here with that garbage. I'll catch y'all later. I love y'all. Peace. Oh, and get ready for them PCAPS. We'll go after the government officials who stole my kids. We'll put everybody on blast and put it out there if the Lord wills. I'll pray to God and ask him when he wants us to move. If y'all want to go with me, y'all can go with me. Get with everybody, whoever lost a kid. We'll go all at them at once. And I bet you we see the system fall all day. Let's get that smoke. I'll catch y'all later. Y'all be cool.